This is amazing. Right, let's
Why
have a
are
look.
these pictures from the Book of Goblins here?
I don't know.
I mean, we already knew that they were characters from her life and analogists of her life. We figured out who the bear, the pelican, and the moose were. Touch.
It seems like it's not doing anything. Maybe it's broken?
Or maybe we just need to solve the puzzles in order.
Ooh,
We're
there
not
are
done with the other
several
one yet.
puzzles? Gosh. There's like a brain treat. Okay, let's see then. Hello, everybody. We are back. Oh, hello, Leon. Thank you for the Ava Snoot. We are back with Tell Me Why. I played the first half of this game yesterday, and I'm going to hopefully finish it off today. It should be that we finish today. The game is supposed to be about 12 hours long. We're about 6 hours in, so we'll do another 6 hours today and hopefully get to the end. I was a bit worried last stream because I thought this game had 5 chapters, and by last stream we still hadn't finished chapter 2, but I just double checked after stream, and no, there are 3 chapters, so we're roughly halfway in the middle of chapter 2 now. I don't quite know how much more we've got, but anyway, we're about on track for finishing it today, so it should be all good. Right, the save system here is that they save at like key points, so I'm going to continue and we'll see where it chucks us. When we finished off last stream, we'd just come back to our mother's old place to find
On the floor.
to find that someone had started a fire in our garage, well, our mother's garage, and the perpetrator was still in there. He ran out and knocked us down. Well, he or she, we didn't get to see their face. They were wearing a long coat. I think their face was covered. So yeah, so this is exactly where we finished off. Alison, that's my sister there, for anyone who wasn't here last stream and has no idea what's going on. We're twins. I'm Tyler, she's Alison. Sometimes I play as Alison.
I might have found
sometimes I
something.
play as Tyler. But yeah, she
What a mess.
ran in with the fire extinguisher, and I'm actually quite impressed that she managed to extinguish what seemed to be quite a big fire with this tiny little extinguisher. But anyway, this is where we are. What have you found, Alison? Oops.
He went looking under the rug?
Yeah. Okay,
Is
let's
that
have a
a
look.
box under the barn?
Yeah. What the hell? I think this is where the fire started.
So he was trying to burn whatever's inside?
We should check it out. I'm gonna need to remove a few more planks to get to it.
Where could we possibly find a tool to do that?
We have so many tools. Yeah, so anyone who doesn't know what's going on, we, being me and my twin sister here,
God, you really turned this place upside down.
killed our mum when we were 11 years old because we thought that she was attacking Tyler. Alison protected Tyler, stabbed her with a pair of scissors. Mum fell over into the lake that they were at and drowned. Tyler went to juvie for it because he took the
Where did he even come from?
he took the
I
blame.
didn't notice any car.
And this is the first time they've reunited after 10 years, and they're clearing out their mum's house. But they've found a few things which suggests that actually maybe their mum wasn't quite as psycho as they thought that she was. Maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding going on, so it's a little bit of a mystery.
Well, at least he left us the junker.
So that's kind of where we're at. Right, we need some kind of a crowbar or something, I guess, to remove these planks.
Did he really have to smash everything?
Luckily, our mum was a big DIY lady, so she's got a lot of tools, although we don't seem to be finding anything that's of use right now, so let's go into the next room. Let's have a look. We've got...
Asshole even dumped the drawers.
Oh, go. That's not helpful. Oh, look. There's a little collectible there.
At least you were spared.
Yeah, there's a lovely little theme going through of the twins' childhood sort of imaginary friends that seem to largely represent real life people. Oh, here's a crowbar. And yeah, we're getting these little collectibles, which
Guess we know how he made the hole.
are the different characters. Okay, yeah.
Step back.
I'll be fine.
Whap! Goes right into her face. I know, okay. That wasn't as impressive as I thought it was going to be. Okay, so
Well,
what's this?
I only know one person who'd bother to decorate a storage box like this.
Marianne. Let's open it.
Marianne's their mum, by the way.
3 digits. Any ideas?
Marianne was never really a numbers kind of person.
Okay, so Book of Goblins. There's quite a few hints in this. So,
Finding anything?
Just give me a sec.
Let's have a look.
We wrote a shit ton of stories.
Is there anything that might... Beaver fixes the house, anything like a little about a box? Yeah, the thing is I'd be quite interested to read all these stories because I imagine all of them are going to have some kind of a hint as to what's been going on, but they're all kind of long, and I'm trying to keep this playthrough under 12 hours, so I'm not going to go through all of them. But so this Mad Hunter guy, interestingly, he seems to have actually literally manifested a couple of times. Let's see if there's an illustration of him. Yeah, he looks like this, and the kids actually saw this guy at some point in the past, and also we saw a flashback where he seems to have he seemed to be there at the time of their mother's death. So this creature seems to be real in some way. So there's definitely something going on there. Right, I'm not seeing anything about like a box or something like that. Let's investigate the box a little bit more. Okay,
What's that there?
there's an eye.
Some kind of carving. Not sure what it is, though.
That might be a hint as to what story we're looking for. And if I look at the tab, is it literally just numbers? Yeah, okay.
I think we just need to break the lock. There must be something in here we
No.
can use to get it open.
No, we're not
And
going to break the
preferably
lock.
without destroying the box.
No,
Finding
no.
anything?
Just give me a sec.
Okay, so it
We
had a
wrote
little...
a shit ton of stories.
It had a little eye on it. It looked like this eye. I think that's the eye, isn't it? Yeah, that's the eye. Okay. Here we go then.
Wait. Look.
It's
the
the
same
same symbol.
Secret keeper.
Well, let's see if we can find any numbers.
Okay, the goblins earn their voice, and the goblins was what the twins called themselves when they were little. Once upon a time, in the deep and ancient forest, the crafty goblins, that was their name, spied on the secret keeper as she made her rounds, gathering up secrets that the animals of the forest had for sale. How, said the first goblin, does she get people's secrets? Do you suppose she peels open their heads? Let's find out, said the second. And so the goblins watched the secret keeper. They watched her until a stalwart moose, which is the cop Eddie, who fostered Alison after Tyler went to juvie, came to her, head hanging low. It was my fault. I chose the uneven trail. I can't bear to remember. The secret keeper nodded and gazed into Stalwart Moose's eyes. Though the goblins couldn't hear anything, they knew she was speaking to the moose, for the secret keeper spoke in people's minds with the gift of the voice. We have... the twins have the voice where they can speak in each other's minds. After a few minutes, the Stalwart Moose blinked. I feel lighter, said Moose. Did I just give you something? The secret keeper nodded, handing him a coin. The Stalwart Moose nodded and plodded along the trail. He spied the goblins hiding in the woods and narrowed his eyes, for he knew the goblins were often up to mischief. The two goblins whistled innocently, and the moose was forced to carry on because they were not doing anything obviously bad. I need to know what the secret was, says one of the goblins. Let's go buy it. So the goblins approached the secret keeper before she could stow away Moose's secret. We want to buy Moose's secret. What do you have to trade? Asked the secret keeper, her voice filling their minds. The goblins produced a silver-handled hairbrush they had stolen from the princess, and the secret keeper nodded. And that is how the goblins came to know the moose's mate had tumbled down a cliffside to her death. Okay. Well, that's presumably Eddie's wife then. I think we did know that she died. I think that might have come up, or she was mentioned or something. The the secret keeper moved on. The first of the goblins said, "I want to know more." So the goblins followed the secret keeper, hoping to find where she'd hid the secrets. They followed her to the peak of the nearby ridge and watched as she stowed the rest of the day's secrets high in a cloud. When she had gone, they climbed a high spruce tree that disappeared up into the misty sky. They reached out and just managed to dip their hands into the clouds. Their heads were filled with memories, and they snatched their hands back out as if they had just thrust them into boiling water. Tears poured down their cheeks. That was how the secret keeper found them, crying in the tree. Okay. "You stole my secrets," said the secret keeper. "Give them back." The crafty goblins stopped crying because they saw an opportunity. "What will you give us in exchange?" they asked. "I will give you back the silver-handled hairbrush," offered the secret keeper. "For so many secrets? Pshaw, you're going to have to offer more than that." "What if," said the secret keeper, "I shared the gift of voice?" The crafty goblins grew excited. "That will do." So the secret keeper shared the gift of voice with the goblins, being the twins who actually have the voice in real life, and immediately they found they could hear each other's thoughts and feel each other's feelings. The crafty goblins gave back the secrets they had taken and ran back into the big wooden house. There they found the princess represents their mum, preparing food. They tried to peer into her mind, but they found it was a blank. They tried to speak to her using only their own minds, but she could not hear them. It seemed the secret keeper was craftier than the crafty goblins, for she had only shared enough of her power to let the goblins use the gift of the voice with each other and not with the whole of the forest, and that is how the goblins stole the gift of the voice from the secret keeper, but why they could only use it with each other. Okay, well that's an awesome little story, but how does it help us? So we've got something, a silver-handled, what was it? A silver-handled hairbrush. There's also mention of a high spruce tree, some clouds. I don't know if all of that's going to be relevant. Let's have a look around. Okay. Let's leave. If we can find this hairbrush, or maybe a spruce tree, or something that's mentioned in the book. What's this? Oh, that's to cut open the lock. Oh no, I don't want to cut open the lock.
That'll break a lock.
I want to figure out the puzzle. I like to figure out puzzles. Okay, let's see if we can go to the house.
A damn broken door. Let him right in.
Oh yeah, we broke the door when we were trying to get in earlier. Okay, let's go into the house, see if there's... I can still interact with this.
Nothing.
Nothing, okay. I think that's the window into our mum's room.
Just like we left it.
Okay, so we can't go in the house, so it's... So whatever it is should be around here. I don't think we need to be going on a big trek right now. Anything out here for us to interact with? No. Ooh.
Some kind of work boot. Maybe fishing boots?
Can we go down to the... this? We haven't been down here yet. We tried going down here and Alison was like, let's not. And so we didn't.
Hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, okay. Oh, I know why she doesn't want us going down there. That's where our mum died. On that little pier bit. So yeah, so I think both of them are just a little bit like they don't really want to be there right now. Okay, so fine. I think it should be around the garage, whatever it is that we need. And I can't really see any spruce tree. Is that a spruce tree? I don't even know what a spruce tree is. Well, we can't interact with this either, so... It's very tall and white. It seems significant, but...
Do you remember anything about his face?
I couldn't see it. He had a hood on. So, did Chief Brown teach you how to put out a fire?
Nope. I taught myself.
Okay, there's nothing around here. It must... The clue must be in the book. No, I'm not gonna cut it.
Hey. Does Doesn't that carving look like the secret keeper from the Book of Goblins?
It does. And we know what it is. Is it in the illustration? Ah! There's a 3. There is a 3. Whoops, shit. There's a 1. Okay, here we go. It's not in the story, it's in the illustrations. 1, 3, 0. So that was way easier than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Unlock. 1. I always overthink these things.
That did it.
Yes. I'm still glad I read the story because it was neat. Okay. There's 2 letters here.
Guessing she didn't know how much of an ass he'd turn out to be.
Dear Marianne. Who's this from? Just trying to see who it's signed off on. I can't see any name. I need to see you again. I know how that sounds, and I don't want you to think I chase after all the new girls in Delos Crossing. I've always taken my vows seriously, but something changed when I met you. When we're together, I feel like I'm doing 80 down the highway with my lights off, and I never want to stop. I know it isn't right, and we both have a lot to lose, but I need to be with you again. I hope you feel the same. Heart symbol. P.S. I bought you a little something for next time. I can't wait to see how it looks on you. Are these from the same person? The handwriting does look the same, yes, so presumably it is.
Fuck. That's rough.
Marianne, I'm sorry you're in this situation. I know you'd feel...
This guy tried to push Marianne to get an abortion.
Ah.
Even though she wanted to keep us.
I know you'd feel you'd make a great mother, and I don't doubt you will someday, but right now we have to be sure we don't ruin 3 lives. My marriage hasn't been happy for some time, but she doesn't deserve this. But mostly I'm worried about you. People here talk, and I don't want you to have to go through that. I know money has been tight, but I'll do what I can to help you do the right thing. Just let me know how much you need. Okay, so this is presumably from our dad? So our dad was a married man? Okay, well, that... Okay. Okay. Okay.
That's everything. What the hell?
So, Marianne hid a box under the barn. Box full of letters from our deadbeat dad.
He came for these letters.
He turned the whole place upside down and didn't take anything. All he wanted was that box.
And he was willing to burn down the barn to get rid of what was inside.
He was wearing fishing gear.
So, I think he was wearing fishing gear.
Fishing gear? Does that mean...
Let's not jump to any conclusions. Half the town's probably got the same gear.
Right, so there's a memory to look at with our special powers. Where is it? Is it behind us? No, it looks like it's in front of us. Is he the mad guy? He might... Well, that was my initial assumption, was that the mad guy might have been an abusive father, but it doesn't sound like he was abusive. It sounds like he was married. That's a whole different problem. I mean, he could have been both, but... Like, I assumed that our mum had come here to run away from our abusive father. That was kind of the narrative that I had been guessing, but it sounds like she...
You still hurting?
Nah, worst case, I've got a nasty bruise.
It sounds like she moved here and then got pregnant by this guy. The image does look like fishing gear. That's true. It does. I've gone the wrong way. There we go. No, this is the same. Okay, it's just showing me the same memory over and over again.
Out of all the ways he could have said hello.
Okay. No, we're still not going that way. Why did it show me that memory? And why does it keep showing me that memory? Ooh, what's this?
Damn. He ran straight for it. No stops, no turns. He was on a mission.
Did he come from the lake? No. Wait, what?
Trail ends here.
It looks like he jumped into the gully.
Okay, he went into the lake. Okay. Can we not get down there?
Hey, are there footsteps on the other side?
Yeah. That must be where he climbed out.
Well, he's long gone.
Maybe instead of messing around with that box, we should have gone after him. Oh well. I want to study this handwriting a little bit more. Keeps on trying to show me that memory. Is there any others around here? No. It's just literally that one. Okay. Let me just have another look at those letters just to try and commit his handwriting to my mind. Look at this one.
That's rough.
So it's very swirly whirly.
This guy tried to push Marianne to get an abortion, even though she wanted to keep us.
Very swirly whirly, got long lines on the I's and the J's, all joined up. Okay. Right, I think I have a vague image of it now in my brain. Yeah, just in case we come... excuse me.
These things are really built to last.
Yes. Oh, right. I was wondering why he wasn't walking. It's because I was pressing the wrong thing. Is it why do you keep wanting to show me this? La 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 la. Runs to here. Runs to here. Yeah, why are we
I don't
seeing
know about
this?
you, but I haven't forgotten anything about that night.
I would have said the same thing, but something felt different. I need to see the rest.
But you know what happens down there.
That's the thing. I'm not sure I do.
Okay. All right.
Let's go.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if I had to follow it. I don't know if I had to keep on
This is
watching
where I
it.
trip.
The Mad Hunter.
Oh, he did see him.
There was someone here that night? In the woods?
No. It was just... I saw... Who the hell did I actually see?
Who indeed? Okay. So yeah.
The Mad Hunter.
Alright, so in the flashbacks we've been seeing him
That
as the
was the Mad Hunter.
What? What are you talking about?
as the monster.
That night, I thought I saw the Mad Hunter in the woods, but I guess it was just some asshole. Some asshole who just fucking stood there and watched while our mother chased me with a shotgun.
Do you think it was the same guy?
Maybe. I mean, it had to be him, right? They were wearing the same fishing gear.
Yeah, unless everyone who wants to mess with us is coordinating outfits.
Here.
And wait, he was here once before, wasn't he?
Yes, we saw him in a
A
house.
few days before Marianne died?
Maybe?
Hold on. Do you feel that?
Where are we feeling it? Don't mind it being muffled, it's just me searching for this memory. Where is it strongest? Ah, we're going down the pier, finally.
Tyler, not there.
Our mother fought with someone on the dock about us. We need to know if it was the same guy.
But what if it's not that memory? What if it's... I can't go through that again.
We have to take that chance.
But do we really? I mean, someone just tried to burn our barn down.
Yeah, and that means we've got to be close to something.
I'm not going on that dock.
Just one more time.
Just one more time, please.
There's always just one more. Every time it seems like we're done with this, something new pops up.
What if this is the only chance to figure out who our father is?
Then we go on living our lives without him, just like we always have.
Come on, we need to know the truth. For her.
What if I don't want to know the truth, huh? Did you ever consider that? No. You just push and push and...
You have to take responsibility for your part in Marianne's death.
He didn't mean to say that.
How can you say that to me?
I didn't. But I did, right? Earlier, to Eddie. But I swear I didn't just say that to you.
So we can't even trust our own voices now?
God, I don't know. Allison.
I'll do it. Let's go.
Okay, here we go. Oh gosh, we're resisting remembering this one.
Ouch! Watch it! You're stepping on my foot! Can you hear what they're saying? Quiet! We don't want Mom to catch us out of bed.
I told you that would happen.
We almost had it though. That was us watching Marianne fight with that guy. Try to focus on him, alright? Don't think about anything else.
I'll try.
Okay, where do I need to be? Where's it trying to... Oh, here? There we go. Come on, Allison!
So you're here to make sure I've been keeping my mouth shut? I don't owe you anything.
You've been a little all over the place lately.
All over the place? I've just been trying to survive. If you want to make sure I don't get desperate, you could help us out. Lend me some money.
What happened? Why did it stop?
I can't, Tyler.
But we were so damn close.
I wonder if the choices that I made up to this point affect how much of this memory we can see. Like how close we've gotten. Because I've been
I'm
kind
sorry.
of about 50-50
But I'm done.
on that.
That's it? You're just giving up, just like that. You can't do this. We owe her.
Marianne is gone, Tyler. And nothing we do is gonna change that.
Don't go, please. You can't keep running from this alley, or it's only gonna get worse.
I don't owe you anything.
Ouch! Watch it! You're stepping on my foot! Can you hear what they're saying? Quiet! We don't want Mom to catch us out of bed.
There's no money.
I've never asked you for anything, but right now they need you. I've got everything I need to nail your ass in that barn.
And just what do you think happens after that?
What do you mean?
Well, if those kids have a father, You really think there's a court out there that'll let you keep them?
No! You have no claim to my children! Get the hell off my property, now! If you ever come back here, I'm going to kill you!
Allison?
I'm going to kill you.
No. No.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you.
Okay, that's the end of chapter 2. Something that might be relevant to bring up here and now is that there was a slight hint quite near the beginning of this game that Allison does have mental health problems. Possibly inherited from their mum. But Tyler just kind of gently asked her if she was seeing a therapist. And she kind of got a bit defensive about it, and she was like, no, I'm not, but I'm fine. I mean, it might have just been about grief, but after seeing that scene play out, I'm starting to wonder a little bit if Allison's got something in the region of some kind of psychosis or paranoia which may have contributed to the incident. I'm sorry, all you lovely ladies and gentlemen and etc. who have contributed to this game, but I'm going to skip this credit scene. Tyler felt relied on when Allison chose his memory at the house. Yeah, that's kind of what I've learned is when they have conflicting memories, just choose the memory of the twin that you're not playing, so that your twin feels heard. But it's kind of been a 50-50 split. Tyler felt heard about needing time when Allison refused the house showing. That's good. Most people refuse that appointment. Allison felt let down when Tyler couldn't forgive Eddie. Oh, 80% forgave Eddie. 80% of people are more forgiving than I am, okay? Eddie was sorry that Tyler couldn't forgive him. Michael was heartened by Tyler's compliment. Okay, 80% did accept Michael's compliment. Tessa felt rejected by the twins. 80% forgave Tessa. Wow. I mean, Tessa, I feel, is much harder to forgive than Eddie, and apparently even more people forgave her than they did forgive Eddie. So, wow, okay. All right, let's continue.
There's something else. Look at this. What do you think? Should we give it a shot?
I think the crafty goblins have one more hatch to sneak through.
Let's go.
Alright, so let's continue. Chapter 3, third and final chapter.
Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, crafty goblins faced the truth about the darkness in the big wooden house.
It had come for the wise princess, driving her mad and causing her to attack them.
When they started asking questions about the princess in the darkness, the goblins realized that no one else in the forest wanted to know the truth.
So they dug and searched and asked hurtful questions, learning more about the wise princess than they had ever hoped to.
But the search took its toll. The darkness was proving too much for Sister Goblin, and yet Brother Goblin kept diving deeper and deeper until Sister Goblin finally said, enough.
And that was how the goblins found themselves separated again, hurt and confused, with so many unanswered questions and too many opened wounds. Allison, wake up.
She could only go forward and find a new place for herself in this world, where she was no longer truly a princess in a tiara and a beautiful gown, but a wan woman, alone in a deep and ancient wood.
You killed me.
You killed me!
Okay. Allison's definitely got some guilt going on. There were also some drawings on the ground which were saying you will end up like me, which kinda supports my theory that she has something like what her mum might have had. Anyway, I'll go quiet again while we're doing this. Hi, Big Smoke Dog. Well, thank you for lurking. It's nice to see you. But yeah, I'll go quiet while we're doing this. Alright, here we are. Okay, let's just go ahead. Morning! I started collecting the documents you need for your rental application. Left a file for you downstairs on the kitchen counter. If you're still coming to meet Dee for lunch, you can drop off the documents and I'll make copies for you. Take it easy today, Uncle Eddie. P.S. My famous buckwheat waffles are slowly growing cold in the kitchen. Okay.
He's right. Time to get my shit together.
So I've got some thoughts about who I think the dad is. But I don't really want to go into it right now, because if I'm right, then I feel like that just kind of spoils the mystery of the whole thing. And if I'm wrong, then I'm going to look stupid, aren't I? No, I don't care about looking stupid,
Now
but...
would be a good time to stop smoking and maybe do a detox for 12.
But I mean, I don't know if they've just used the voice of who the dad is, because I feel like that's such a big giveaway, because theoretically we could be guessing, oh, this could be, yeah, you know, because it was a married man. We know that Sam was married, we know that Eddie was married, and his wife, I think, fell off a cliff. Julia, I think her name was. Tom is married, although Tom didn't really seem that close to Marianne. So there's 3 possibilities. There's also this guy, Alexander, who doesn't live here, but we know he's visited occasionally. And we know that he hunts, and I think he fishes as well. So there's already 4 guys that we know of, and I'm sure it will be someone that we've already met, because it's not a very good detective mystery story if they just introduce the perpetrator in the 3rd act of the
I gotta take care of that
story.
rental application.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I'm just having a think and a talk. So there's 4 potential guys it could be. Well, we don't really know not much about that Alexander guy, but he might be married, he might not. We don't know. So if the voice that they used for the guy in the cloak is the voice of the character, makes it kind of easier to narrow down. So I don't know if they've actually done that, because I feel like that's a bit stupid of them if they did. But I'm just saying, it did not sound like Sam. Also, I don't know, Sam just seems like such a big softie. I can't see it being him. Okay, I said I wasn't going to talk about who I think it is, so let's not talk about who we think it is.
Good to know I look just as bad as I feel.
Also, I'm a little bit nervous because Twitch flagged the last VOD for having copyrighted music, and I don't know if this song playing in the background is copyrighted, so can I turn this off? No. Maybe I'll just turn the music down for a minute. Settings, audio. Let's just turn the music, like, off for a minute. Yeah, there we go, because on the previous one it wasn't so bad, because when I upload it to YouTube, that was just a cutscene that I could finish, but I can't really edit it when I'm trying to talk as well. That's kind of a bit more difficult. Alright, rental application. Where's this rental application then?
How did we go from being so alike to total opposites? I gotta think about something else.
Yeah, like your rental application. Where is it? Is it on the... That's not that.
I guess I'll
Those
have
are
to
just
start
stamps.
fresh with these in Juneau.
I think these games have a streamer mode. Oh, I didn't see that option. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Settings. Not there. Accessibility. No. Language, subtitles. No. Wouldn't be in controls, would it? No. Wouldn't be in video, would it? No. It's okay. I'll just be vigilant. Right. Rental application. Maybe it's not here?
Never could bring myself to send these. Whenever I tried to tell him how much I missed him, it felt unfair.
I won't read that, but we get the idea. Okay, maybe it's not here. Maybe it's here. Has he left it here? No. Is it on the computer? That would make sense. Title schedule.
Eddie looks so young here. I miss the slopes. The days have gotten so short. It's gonna be a long winter.
Where's this rental application? Maybe it's downstairs.
What the?
Oh! Ah!
I should probably eat something.
I wasn't able to
I feel so weak.
remember. I was trying to, but it didn't come up with the option. Maybe because I'm not near Tyler, or maybe just because our bond's kind of fractured a bit since Allison ran off. Thinking about it, I don't think there probably was an option
He doesn't
to
like this kind of attention, but he really does so much for the community.
to have remembered more, because it didn't. Firstly, if we'd remembered it all and we'd figured out who our dad was, then that would have been the end of the game. So that wouldn't have made much sense for the story. And secondly, it didn't. In the bits where it shows you the choices that you made, it didn't have something like Alison wouldn't let you remember the whole thing or whatever. So I'm guessing that wasn't something that we could have done. Dear Chief Brown, thank you so much for bringing our children home last weekend. Blah, blah, blah. You're a really good cop. We love you.
I need to get all that paperwork together. Maybe that'll help me focus and clear my head.
Where is it? Paperwork.
I haven't had any
Nope.
time to sketch lately.
That's sketches. Oh, you're pretty good. Nice. Much better than you were as a kid. Ooh, you got a whole jukebox.
I don't feel like listening to anything right now.
That's pretty neat. Yeah, good, because I don't want to get copyright strikes.
God, the world feels so fucking small right now. Gotta find a way to get out of my head.
Well, I'm trying to find this bleeding paperwork, but... Ooh. Oh, this is mine, okay. Thought I could just, nick Eddie's cash or something.
I wonder if I'll ever hear from Tina again.
Wonder if we'll ever have another buyer.
What if I just packed a bag and left? And never looked back?
It's maybe a bit unfair of me, but I find it a little bit difficult to sympathize with Alison's situation when... I mean, I know she lost her mum, and I know she must be having some very difficult feelings now that it's starting to look a little bit like they'd got it wrong. But Tyler was the one who was in juvie for 7 years because he took the fall for her stabbing their mum, and so her being all like, no, this is too difficult, I can't deal with it. It's like, man, you didn't even face any punishment. I know that this is maybe just terrible of me, but it's just like the guy was in juvie for 7 years to support
Paperwork.
you, and now you're like, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want to help you heal. I just want to cover my ears and go la 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 la. Okay, is this
Here's
the paperwork?
file. Just need my ID and pay stubs. Okay.
Well, I've got the ID.
Emily, Allison, how could you do this to me?
Okay, yeah, it's not letting me remember
I've got to
properly.
think about something else. Focus.
Definitely coming up.
ID and pay stubs.
Okay, here's your ID.
Ah, here's my ID.
Yep, you saw that earlier.
This place was never much more than a bachelor pad, huh? There was so much I planned to do. All those sacrifices I made. And how do you repay me? Lying to my face? You're not my child. My clan deserves better.
Oh, stop it, Allison. You have to stop torturing yourself. Just grab your pay stubs so you can get the hell out of here.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing the pay stubs weren't in there. There was something else that I could get in her wallet, but I guess I don't have the option now. Right. Pay stubs.
Allison, please. It's a damn shame.
Come on, Allison.
Maybe I shouldn't
Don't
be
start.
moving when this is happening. I feel like when I move, they go away. I don't know if that's just been a coincidence. Let's look at some
I
records.
wish you could just change your mood as easily as a record. I wish Eddie's mom could have taught me how to do this.
What Wicker doing? Oh, should we eat some
I
breakfast?
can't really eat anything right now.
You really should, you know. Doesn't help. Lunch with D. Birthday. Gift. Oh, right, yeah. No, I don't think we're going to find pay stubs in there. In the drawer, do we keep pay stubs in the drawer? That is a hot pot recipe. That's not very helpful to me right now. No, maybe it is back upstairs in my room. Okay, fine. Yeah, save it for later. Oh yeah, I already saw that. I'm not going to put my boots on.
I told him I wanted to stop messing with those memories, but he wouldn't listen.
Brother, sister, we look out for each other. That's what you said. But you don't mean what you say, do you? They're just words. You left me, Allison, all alone and scared.
Okay.
What the hell is wrong with me?
If Allison does have some kind of paranoia issue as well, this might also explain why her and Tyler's memories aren't always the same.
God, where is it?
Nope, those aren't my pay stubs. How about in here? Nope, that's
Not
just my
here.
prom date again. Come on, pay stubs. Folders? Do I keep them in a file? Yes, there we go.
Here they are.
So much
Okay.
easier these
I
days.
think I've
Just
got everything I need for the application.
have everything on the computer.
Where's that coming from? Where did I leave my phone last night?
Is it downstairs? Sounds louder downstairs, I think. Not in there. In here?
My dove. Only thieves and monsters hide in the dark. Get back to the light, Allison.
What the?
Well, that wasn't a memory.
No, no, no. I cannot deal with you right now. Nice to make a gift for Dee.
I think we should make a gift for Dee.
Hands are still shaking.
That would be a nice thing to do.
I was not in the right headspace to make something last night. I should try it again.
Okay, how do we do that? Ah, I keep pressing the wrong thing. Right, let's have a look.
I've got enough time to carve something for Dee.
Then go for it. It might be safe to put on music back on now, but I might just wait until I'm out of this house. Out of this scene. Oh, that's lovely. It's a husky, because Dee's obsessed with huskies. Yay! Alright, okay, so we've got the application stuff, we've got the stuff that we've got a gift for Dee. Isn't this nice? Aren't you healing? I'm going to poke around this garage a little bit more, because I've got the time. Here's some fishing gear. That is presumably
been too busy
Eddie's.
to fish lately. I know he's missing it.
This is Eddie's names of other household members, total household members 2. It's his fishing limit. They've got in place to stop people from overfishing the salmon. Sketches, done that, done that. Oh, is this our mum giving birth to us?
You should have taken care of yourself first, Marianne. We deserved that. I don't remember any of this.
Well, of course you don't. You were being born. No one remembers when they're born. I mean, I know you guys have magical powers, but it's not abnormal to not remember being born.
Eddie can't cope with getting rid of any of Carol's stuff.
Oh, it's Carol, not Julie. Who's Julie then? Maybe Julie was Sam's wife.
I've been pretty grinchy about Christmas since I came here. Eddie tries so hard.
Okay, can we... What else we got?
Tyler and I should bike around the lake when we've patched things up.
Hello?
Morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Allie.
Hey. Hi, guys. What are you doing here?
I brought you stuff from the office. You're a good worker. I think Tessa will come around when she's had a chance to clear her head.
That's nice, Tom. Thanks.
Okay, it's not really very surprising
Freezing my butt off out
that she's been
Okay,
fired by
thanks.
Tessa after we basically told Tessa that she's a horrible human being.
Tyler not around today?
It's not his business. He's busy.
No, he's, busy. Out at the old house.
I see. It must be hard to sell the place you grew up in. So many memories, right?
Yeah,
it's
sure.
okay.
That's why
We'll
we're
get
having
over it.
trouble.
I really hope so. So, Tessa told me a little bit about what happened at the cemetery.
If you're going to lecture me, save it. She had it coming. She went behind Marianne's back. And almost got us killed.
What she did had terrible consequences. But I promise you, she was trying to help. Besides, you two didn't say anything she wasn't already thinking.
Well, Good.
She spent years blaming herself.
Well,
Good.
she wasn't the only one involved. There was a lot of blame to go around.
I'm glad you're able to see that. It seems like your brother, well, he's not nearly so forgiving, is he?
He has been pretty harsh, especially on Eddie. But we both got tired of people lying to us for our own good.
Yes, of course. Totally reasonable. Though, I am sorry you're the one taking all the repercussions. I heard about the fight with your uncle. I really hope your brother appreciates your sacrifices.
I mean, he does.
Yeah, sure. Allison sacrifices
sorry,
for
but
Tyler.
I'm pretty beat.
Oh, of course. I'll let you rest. Tell Michael there's no need to hurry back.
Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Tom.
Bye now. Take care.
Sorry for abandoning you out there. Pro tip? Avoid catching a ride with Tom at all cost.
Did he talk about the new spicy chocolate bars?
Ooh.
Yep. And exactly what they do to his digestion.
What's up with him?
What's up with him? Not sure I've ever seen him so eager to help.
Tessa's been venting non-stop about your fight. He probably needed an excuse to take a break. Plus, door-to-door is part of campaigning, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, Michael, would you like some waffles? Some cold waffles?
Help yourself to some waffles if you want. That's Eddie's way of saying, I'm worried about you.
Oh, that's cute. But I had a ridiculously huge breakfast, so I'm good.
I'm glad you're here, Michael. Thanks for coming.
Of course. When I heard what happened, I knew the bitch's grotto had to go mobile.
Guess I've got plenty of time to binge the last season of Witches of Eldom now that I'm fun-employed.
Wait till you see how they did Mabel. You're gonna rage quit just like I did.
I don't know. I've got a lot of free time ahead of me.
Hey, why am I making a rental application with my paycheck for a job that I am no longer at? That doesn't seem correct.
I don't know about you, but I just really need to get out of Delos Crossing.
Well, we're on our way soon, right?
Right. I don't know. I've just got this feeling it's gonna fall through and I'm gonna be stuck here forever.
That's not happening. We've got a plan. Allison. What's going on?
Tyler and I fought.
Tyler and I had a fight last
Michael's
night.
my best friend. I can
was
talk to
so
him about
excited
this.
to have him back, but what if 10 years was too much and we're too different?
I don't think so. You just need to get to know each other again. Start with the small shit. Figure out what each other's favorite foods are, you know? And then build up to the big stuff.
Yeah, a bit late for that.
That makes sense.
The last few days have been a lot.
Kind of entrenched in the big stuff.
Totally okay to be overwhelmed. You're gonna figure it all out. Families are fucked up. They're basically fuck-up factories.
You're right. I just need to relax.
So, maybe this will cheer you up. I think I found the perfect place.
Thought you were going to
Check
show
it
me a
out.
dog meme, but okay. It's like,
Pretty cool, right?
cute doggos. Yes, that does cheer me up.
Deposit's a bit high, but it's got 2 large bedrooms and a view of the channel.
Honey, you're really going to give up our home to live in this ugly box?
Oh God.
Allison? Allison, look at me. You okay?
I'm just... I need to... I just need to sit down.
Yeah,
It's
now,
okay.
yeah.
I got
Now
it.
we've seen the house. Show me that dog meme.
What's going on?
I'm gonna tell Michael about the memories. I trust him. He's my best friend, and he's been very good so far.
God, everything? My anxiety's through the roof. I can't eat anything without getting sick, and... And I've been seeing things. Memories.
Well, that wasn't a memory, though.
Marianne and me and Tyler when we were kids, and Eddie, and... It used to just be stuff I'm pretty sure really happened, but... Now I see them everywhere. Shouting every shitty thought I've ever had about myself. I don't know how much more of it I can take.
That's intense. I'm sorry, has... anything like this happened to you before?
Right after Marianne died, I had a lot of panic attacks, but nothing exactly like this.
Come here, Allie. I hear you. Okay? I hear you.
Yeah, Michael's a good guy. I hope. You better not turn out to be the villain, Michael. Are you our dad?
He must think I'm completely
he's
nuts.
too young to be our dad, I'm pretty sure.
No. I think you went through some really bad shit. You never saw anyone about it, right?
Yeah, I've looked into therapists a few times, but they're all so far away and so expensive.
Well, you know what I went through in 2011. I don't know if I'd still be here if I hadn't gotten help. You got that money coming in from the house.
For our apartment in Juneau. I don't want to bail on you.
Look, I know you hate letting people down, but you gotta put your own oxygen mask on first.
Very good advice.
I get that. And so does Tyler.
Thanks. I'll try. I really need to work on the house today, but Tyler's crashing out there. Not sure if I'm ready to face him.
If you want, I could go out there.
I could go
see
out
how
there
he's feeling and if he's ready to talk.
And
What do
if
you think?
and if he wants to date me, yeah, I could go and hit on your cute brother. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, maybe that could work. I hope he'll talk to you, though. He's never been the best at opening up to new people. You sure?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I
something
don't
tells
mind
me
trying if I might
he'll
patch things up between you
he'll
two.
want to talk to me. Just flutter my pretty eyelashes at him.
Oh
and
shit, I'm gonna be late for my lunch with Dee. I still need to change and stuff, but I can drop you off at the store if you want.
Sure, thanks.
No, Michael, thank you for listening. I mean it.
Okay. We also need to make our rental application. Hi, Kyla. The game is great. I mean, it's very, very slow-paced and chill. But the story is extremely emotional. I haven't cried today, but I cried quite a few times in yesterday's stream. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. How are you doing? Oh yeah, I need to put the music back on now she's out of the house. Hopefully there will be no more copyrighted stuff playing.
Hi, Dee.
Hey, beautiful. You okay? 'Cause, girl, you look like shit.
Thanks a lot.
Haven't been sleeping well. But here I am. That's how much I love you, right?
Aw. Well, I appreciate us having a girls' lunch anyway. Just give me 5 minutes so I can finish off this paperwork.
Oh, no rush. I need to drop off some stuff with Eddie.
All right. Oh, help yourself to some cobbler. Mrs.
cobbler.
Romero sent it over after I caught her flasher. It's in the break room. You better hurry before Greggs kills it off.
Mrs. Romero's cobbler? I'm on it.
I'll meet you in there when I'm done with this.
Okay, let me just put music on if there is any music. Cool. Doesn't seem like there is, but there you go.
Morning.
Hola, Miss Ronan.
Hello, let me eat!
Ooh, these look like wild berries. Mrs. Romero must have frozen them over the summer.
Oh yes, she takes her cooking seriously. Very seriously.
Am I not going to eat it? No, okay, apparently not. I was kind of gonna say, oh, I see Eddie's waffles aren't good enough for me, but I guess the cobbler is. Are these still the same cookies that were out like 2 nights ago?
Is anyone ever gonna clean these up?
They are. They are. Oh yeah, we never broke into Denise's locker. Still not sure why we would have wanted to. We don't have the option anymore, so wonder what that might have cost. Yeah, sure, I'll wash my hands. Why not? There we go. Am I going to give my face a little bit of a splash? I guess not. It's quite... Oh, no, no, there we go. There we go. Does that feel better, love? Yeah, yeah. Good. Feel a bit fresher. Okay.
What was going on with me this morning?
You alright, kid?
Yeah, just super tired.
Dang it, I didn't get to finish that thought. Okay. Well, she's not eating the cobbler. I guess I've got to... Oh, what's it going to do here? Let's just look.
At least we didn't spend the night here.
I doubt they would have... Oh, okay. Thought they would have put a couple of 11-year-olds.
Sounds like Eddie's busy. I shouldn't bother him.
Okay, should we break back into the archives?
I should probably drop the paperwork here. Eddie's gonna be busy for a while.
Can we listen in on him, or...?
Uncle's in there. He's really letting that guy have it.
Just visiting family. My folks and younger brother live here.
Ooh, it's Alexander. It's the guy who came in on the boat.
Works at the post office.
I probably shouldn't eavesdrop.
But I'm going to.
So you're here to visit family and also to hunt moose, correct?
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Most places around here. Lucky draw.
Sure was.
So that moose we found in your truck, you harvested that in your permit zone, did you?
Of course I did. Unless some goddamn poacher.
Calm down, sir. I'm just trying to get all the facts.
Okay, so he's here to hunt moose.
Thing is, some troopers out near Crystal reported finding empty cases by the highway in a closed season zone. Gonna need to inspect your rifle and hunting gear. What?
He's here to visit family and hunt moose.
Well, we got a tip that you were bragging about down in the booth up that way.
This is some bull.
I should grab a piece of cobbler before Greggs inhales all of it.
Yep, well, I tried to get you to. Okay.
Chief Brown. It was an honest mistake. Lapse in judgment. But you're free to keep the meat if you want. And I swear it won't happen again. You all good?
Is that a bribe, sir? Look, you're already facing multiple misdemeanors here. Permit violation, unlawful possession of game. I'm pretty sure you want to add felony bribery to that list.
Okay. I don't think we're going to hear anything else useful right here.
I guess we kind of exposed some holes in their security.
Yeah, enter single-use code is valid for 1 hour, as opposed to the code that we've been using for the last 10 years, so that the kid who used to play here memorized the tune. Right, I'm gonna turn my fan off. Let's hope that it doesn't make my mic go nuts like it did yesterday. Yeah,
I wonder how Uncle's feeling about me moving away. We haven't really talked about it.
I do have my thoughts about who is the dad / the mad hunter, but also if this game's any good, it will be throwing in some red herrings. So
this is not this guy's
I'm
first
not
ticket.
really sure.
Probably won't be his last either.
Okay, how did you not immediately scarf this down?
You kidding? This is my 3rd helping.
Can I eat it now? There we go. Now I can eat it.
No worries. I'm not.
is also this guy, I guess. I hadn't really given him much
I've
thought.
always had a sweet tooth. Got it from my mom. She baked darn near every day. Need to start being a little careful, though. Doctor's orders. Brenda may be in for it, too. God, that kid can eat. Linda's pretty concerned, but, growing boys, right?
So
He
he's
needs the
also
extra energy.
married.
He wants to let her in wrestling, and, whew, boy, is he working hard. Damn. Sometimes I miss being 14.
He was also the first officer, not at the scene. He came with Eddie, I think, when our mum died. I think he might have taken the call when we called 911.
What are you having?
Trout pie and, black radish. I'm on a diet.
A cobbler diet?
Hey, shh, 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 shh. I won't tell if you won't.
Let's see.
What you reading?
Oh, about that dock strike and the trouble these folks are causing for everyone else. Ugh, I hate strikes. What
Of
is
course
this?
you do. You're a
Paris,
policeman.
France? Come on.
It's the only way most people have to get anyone to listen. Hey, Gregs. Huh. So, what's the criminal underbelly of Delos Crossing been up to lately?
Poachers, vandalism, a few memorable cases of public indecency. Nothing too serious. Which is fine by me. Boring is good. Not like Juneau. My daughter's always begging to move there, but that is not happening.
Why? Juneau's awesome. There's like actual things to do there.
Drugs, that's why. Property crime's double the national average. People coming in all the time from God knows where.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I bet it's not true, that's why.
Hey, Gregs.
Vacation plans?
Got any big vacation plans coming up?
We'll probably go up to Anchorage for Thanksgiving. Linda's sister lives up that way. But I'm also secretly planning a family trip to New York City for New Year's. Been saving for 2 years, and I got it all arranged under a fake email.
That's really cool. I'd love to go there someday.
It's probably our last big trip before Lauren's off to college, so I wanted to make it count.
I'm sure everyone will have a great time.
No, I haven't eaten my cobbler yet.
Hey, sorry I kept you waiting.
No worries.
You'll never believe it. We caught the mailbox bandit.
Wow,
And
finally.
guess who it was?
A kid?
Let me guess. Some bored kid?
Wrong.
Oh.
It's a raccoon.
Oh, it's a raccoon!
Delos Crossing's most
Yay!
wanted turned out to be some trash panda stowaway.
We love raccoons here.
And this is how legends begin.
Yay!
Anyway, I'm so sorry to bail, but I gotta run this little guy to animal control now. Probably best I take a rain check.
Oh, it's okay. Totally, I understand. Duty calls.
Oh, can I give you
Thanks.
the gift I just made for you?
Oh, I
Yeah,
brought
there
you
we
a
go.
little something to make up for missing your birthday.
Over the fourth mailbox
It's not
thief.
much, but
You're kidding. I love it. Did you make this?
I did really, really quickly, actually.
How did I get so lucky?
Like, I'm really good at it, apparently.
Delos Crossing's not gonna be the same without you, girl.
oh, come on.
Right, I'll call you later. And try to get some sleep, all right?
See ya.
Right, I'm going to now enjoy this lovely cobbler pie.
Well, there go my lunch plans.
Am I?
Hey, your brother didn't tag along today?
No.
He didn't really want to show his face around here after the mess he made yesterday, huh?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, how he went and broke into the archive room, then pretty much assaulted your uncle? Look, we're all worried about you. This isn't the Allison we know.
The Allison you know?
Yeah, the sweet, smart girl who'd never hurt anyone on purpose. The chief works hard for all of us. He doesn't deserve to be treated that way.
Oh, I don't want to talk about this right now.
I'm sorry, but I really
I don't
want
wanna
to
have an argument with
conversation
you.
right now. I had a rough morning.
All right, I just want you to be careful. I've been doing this for a long time. And people, they mostly don't change. Even when we really want them to.
Okay, great,
I'm really
because
tired.
my
Can
brother's
we
always
not
been
do
great.
this?
Allison, I like you. I really do. I've known you since you were a kid. You're honest, stable. You're not a troublemaker. Tyler, I mean, if he goes down, don't let him take you with him, okay?
I can't do this.
Oh, you okay?
Please just let me go. I need air. I need some air.
Well, that was a very strange reaction. Well, now Greg is on my list of suspects. I really hadn't given him much thought until now.
Are you there? Tyler? Answer me, please. Fuck. Why is he ghosting me? God. I can't breathe. Please stop.
Face.
Okay. Okay. I've been here before.
Okay, this is a...
This will pass.
This is a panic attack. What am I supposed to be doing here? Time your... Okay. I don't really know where I'm supposed to be releasing, but this seems to be working.
Follow the circles.
Okay.
Just a little longer.
Okay, I don't know if I did that right. Okay, apparently I did it right, okay.
Just keep going. In and out.
Okay, just a couple
Slowing
more.
down. Hold on.
I've never had a panic attack before.
You're getting there, Allison. You're getting there.
Okay. Okay.
I'm okay.
We got her out of it.
I'm okay. What's happening?
Are you okay? Yes? Are you fibbing? I'm scared. I don't know what these people are gonna be like. Or when I'm gonna see you again.
We can still undo it. We can tell them what really happened.
No way. It's done. That's it. You're gonna be there to talk on the voice if I need you, right?
Of course. It'll almost be like we're still together.
It's time to get going now. Come on.
Wait, Chief. Just a sec. Hey, kids. I went back to the house and got a few things for you. I know how much these meant to you.
Thank you.
I think those
Thank
might
you,
be
Sam.
the little goblins
kids,
that our mum made for us.
This is just
Well,
goodbye to
I
the
assumed
next.
that our mum made them for us. She was very crafty. Seems like Allison got her craftiness and Tyler got her love of nature.
Allison? What are you doing out here? It's freezing.
I just needed some air.
What happened? What's wrong, little moose?
I just realised he calls her little moose because he's the moose.
I think I had a panic attack.
It's gonna be okay. Let's get you inside and warmed up. Then we can talk about what happened.
Also, another thing that I've just thought of. If the Mad Hunter is one of the characters in the stories, and Sam and Eddie are already characters in the stories, being the bear and the moose, then maybe that indicates that it's not either of them. But then again, not necessarily.
I'm sorry.
It's just another thought I just had.
This morning has just been so... God, I'm embarrassed.
Don't be. You haven't had an attack in a while. What's going on?
I've just been so wrong. About everything.
Did Tyler say something to make you feel that way?
Oh, shut the
No.
frick up about my brother.
It wasn't him. It was me.
You're pissing me off.
I failed him. Over and over.
From here, it looks like you've been busting your ass to help him.
You don't understand.
Allie, you've got so much weight on your shoulders. With Tyler coming back, and your big move, you know, maybe it's time to ease off some of this other stuff that's clearly stressing you out.
If you mean Marianne, I can't. I owe it to Tyler to see it through.
Yes,
Do
thank you, girl.
I don't know why you've always blamed yourself for that. It wasn't your fault.
You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna come clean.
That's not true, Uncle. I was there.
You were 11 years old. There was nothing you could do. You can't go on letting it haunt your every waking moment.
She's not coming clean.
Look, you're not your mother, okay?
What do you mean?
I mean, something happened to her. Something bad. I don't know what it was, but it never left her. You can't make that same mistake. You gotta tell those ghosts to move on.
Yep, I killed her.
Uncle. It was me. I was the one who had the scissors.
What? What are you saying?
She was threatening Tyler. So I stabbed her. I killed her. I killed my mother.
I mean, I don't know what Eddie's gonna do now because he probably is obligated to do something about this, but
He went to Fireweed.
Yep, he sure did. And then you treated him like shit. How do you feel about that now, man? I mean, it shouldn't really matter. The point is, she got stabbed in self-defense, or at least they thought it was self-defense. They were two young kids. They were in a bad situation. Does it really matter who did it? In terms of the law, I don't even really think Tyler should have gone to juvie, but little moose like little stabby.
How could you let him take the blame?
It was a mistake. I know. But we were in shock. Tyler wanted to take the blame. And I let him. But we should have told the truth.
Must have really hurt. Keeping that inside all these years.
They pretty much just bottled it up. And now it's all I can think about. Everywhere I look, she's there. I can't take it anymore.
It's not easy to admit something like that. It takes a lot of courage, Allison. I should have seen it.
Yeah, you should have. You're the frickin' policeman.
So sorry. None of this was fair to you two.
I do
Thank you, Uncle.
think it's going to be good for her that she got that out in the open there.
How are you feeling now?
Better! Yes, she must be feeling better.
Relieved, actually.
Yeah.
And really tired. I was remembering something earlier. I don't know if it even really happened. The day Tyler left for Fireweed, did Sam come by with some of our stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He did.
Yeah, he's kind of the next guy we're probably going to have to confront. How close was he to Marianne?
How close were he and Marianne?
I don't know exactly. But he cared about her a lot. Her death really shook him up.
He was over at our house a lot. Fixing things, chasing off animals. I know you didn't turn up anything about who our biological father was. But did you ever think it might have been Sam?
Ooh.
Well, your mom and him were close, so that's a possibility, but I never found any proof, no.
I should go talk to him.
Are you sure that's a good idea? You need to get some rest.
I have to do this. And not just for Tyler. For me too. I love you, Uncle. Thank you for everything. I'll call you later.
Well then. I'm guessing Eddie's not gonna now arrest us and put us in prison for 7 years. It doesn't look like it, does it? Maybe he's got enough of a soft spot for us that he's just gonna pretend that he didn't hear that.
Okay. You can do this.
What are we doing? Are we confronting Sam now? I feel like Tyler should be here for this, but okay. Read. Out of order, go around. Okay. Can I have a look inside?
Good. He's here.
There he is. The bear. So is he a fisherman by trade? Is he who they were thinking of when they were like, oh, he was wearing a fisherman's outfit. Oh my goodness. Do you think it could be? That's the thing, like, Sam is the obvious choice, but
Alright.
I already said why
Let's
I
do
don't think
this.
it's him. And also because it's never the most obvious one.
Family's family. Get it. Fuck it. Oh, Allie, Hello.
Hi, Sam. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So, I was over at the station and I was thinking about some things.
Yeah?
You've known us for a while.
You're not our dad, are
Our
you?
whole lives. You puked
Sam
all over
wishes he
my
was the
slip
twins'
denim
father.
button.
Yeah.
That's a nice memory.
Can't put any of the chain or the valve covers back on. So, did you need something?
Let's talk.
I was hoping to, I actually wanted to check out your boat, is all.
Yeah. Huh? All right, here she is.
Clingy best friend that's secretly in love with his girl best friend. Absolutely.
What are you doing?
My cousin Billy bought an old motorboat, but that fool drowned the engine taking her out. Yeah, I told him I'd fix it.
Well, sure looks like a motorboat engine. If I ever did see one. which I have now for the first time. Let's have a look.
Oh, I know this one. The introduction will be forever burned in my brain.
Yeah, your mother gave that to me. Really got me thinking about things.
Like how pretty she is and how soft her hair is. Why can't I look at any of the other things?
How's the house coming along?
Physically painful.
Honestly, physically painful. It'll be a miracle if I don't throw out my back.
Let your brother do the heavy lifting.
So he can throw his back out? Not better.
Now I can interact with
Impressive
other things.
collection.
You want some? Take them. I don't really navigate anymore.
Thanks.
Monster Energy needs to stop making the monster juice flavors so tasty you think you're addicted. I mean, it could be the flavor. It could just be the caffeine.
Hey, an encyclopedia of astronomy. I have this one.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. Real detail.
We have something in common.
Oh, that's funny. We both like astronomy.
Oh, yeah. Funny.
Maybe we have other things in common, like our DNA.
Whoa, that's a really nice sextant.
Well, it sure is. It's a present from my old crew for my 30th birthday.
It's beautiful. The mango one.
It's beautiful.
Well, it's mostly just for decoration these days, but I'm a big fan of doing things the old-fashioned way, you know?
You know, I've seen a few sextants in my time.
Nuts.
I still have no idea how they work or even really what they're used for. It's Dad? Question mark. What else is there to nose at? Sure is a boat. And a warehouse with a boat in it. That's just the exit, okay. So Allison, are you actually gonna confront him, or were you just here to look? Ooh, what's this? Ballot papers. Oh, are you looking at his bank statement? That's a bit it's a bit personal. Just gather all the potential dads up and take them on Jeremy Kyle. Oh my goodness, that's the perfect solution. Okay, let's see, is there anything that's some clues here? He spends a lot of money at Tessa's restaurant, Veni Vidi Vici. Return check. Well, he is currently in overdraft, so that's not great for him.
What happened?
Oh no. Oh. Yeah, sure will. You're hereby summoned to appear and answer this complaint on the following date and time. Court appearance is mandatory. Failure to appear could have an arrest warrant. And this is just some kind of vote for the Fishermen's Association. Jonathan Sherby, Michael Wang. I don't think we know either of these people, unless that. Oh, Michael Wang Jr. That must be our Michael, right?
Find anything?
Not yet. I'm just snooping around your thing. Something about. Wait, this seems interesting. Hey, cuz, I left you my boat a month ago, and as far as I can tell, the only work you've done is test how much beer you can fit on it. I paid you in advance as a favour because I know you need it, but goddammit, I need my boat. Family's family? That's what he was quoting when we came in. But get it done by this weekend, or I'm reporting it stolen, and I know you're tired of brown on your ass. Answer your goddamn phone. Okay, well, he's in trouble at the moment, it looks like.
I think I got some gauze in a cupboard next to the sink.
Gauze cupboard next to the sink. Okay, where's the sink? It's not here. Sink. Cupboard. Open. There it is. Is there anything else interesting in here? No. Okay. Here you go.
Sam? Are you our father?
Figured you'd ask me that question someday.
Oh yeah?
Well?
I wish I was.
What the hell kind of answer is that?
I'm sorry, Ellie. But the man you're looking for, he ain't me.
Yeah, I didn't think it was him. I mean, he could be lying to us.
Oh,
but
okay.
I didn't
Guess
think
I'll
it was
just
him.
take your word for it then.
Hey, you got no right coming in here getting angry at me for something I got nothing to do with.
But you were so close.
But you two were so close. I know you meant something to her.
I mean, their actual
I
dad.
honestly think I would have let you two grow up without a father.
Yeah, their actual dad didn't seem interested in getting to know them, so
I'd be a
it can't have been
deadbeat.
Sam.
I'm no coward.
Or having anything to
You
do with
must
them,
know
anyway.
something.
I truly don't. Your mama, she never... Look, we were just friends. I mean, take a look at old Sam. No woman like Mary Ann would ever think twice about a guy like me.
I'm so sick of this. I'm so tired of trying to unravel all of Mary Ann's fucking secrets. I don't understand her. I want to hate her so much.
Because then it would be make it easier because I killed her.
But I don't even know who she was.
Come with me. I want to show you something.
Your real dad wanted to hurt Marianne by taking you away and putting you up for adoption. Quite. Yeah, I wish Sam was our dad.
Come in.
Oh. When was the last time you cracked a window?
Heat's on the fritz.
Why is there a burnt up pan in your garbage?
Oh, yeah. That. Might have fallen asleep cooking dinner.
Glad you're still with us. What's all this?
Here, I kept a few things.
Can I look at this? So that is... I'm not sure who that is. That is someone and his wife. Is that Eddie? And that looks like Marianne in the bottom corner. And that... I don't know if that's one of the twins or if that's that couple's kid.
Her mother made that. Oh, she was a real artist, that one. Kind of like you.
There's her kissing one of the kids. Why is there just one of them in these?
I remember this. We got this on our trip to Juneau.
Uh-huh. She saved up for a whole year to make that happen.
Let's read. Dear Sam, I'm writing from the little hotel you recommended in downtown Juneau, and you were right. The kids loved the whale mural. Our other favourite was the raven mural at City Hall. Today we took the tramway to the top of Mount Roberts. Kids wanted to hike the trail, but we only made it to the totems. Tomorrow we're going to hike to Nugget Falls to see if the glacier still looks like what's on the other side. Hope, hope. Never heard of that expression before. Hope, hope. Hope you're hauling them in by the barrel load. Okay. A cinema
Swords
ticket.
and schemes.
Oh, I took her to see that for her birthday. She hated every second of it. Whole drive back, she talked about how it butchered the books.
It was a book?
Oh, it was a book?
I guess so. Must have been one of her favorites. Oh, she was so mad.
And... let's see. Dear Sam, most bears only live to 20 or 25, so congratulations on making it to 29. I certainly wouldn't have survived long out here without you, so thanks again for everything you do. Laura is a very lucky woman. Okay, Laura was Sam's wife. I know you think the best part of your past has been erased, but as long as you don't forget, the Anaichak Rose will always be seaworthy. That must be his boat. It might just look a bit smaller in memory. What? I hope you get some time on the water with Richie this weekend. Who's Richie? Does he have a son? Or is that his cousin or something? And catch everything you deserve, including some new memories. Happy birthday, my cherished friend, Marianne. Okay, so just thinking about timelines, this was when Sam was 29. I'm assuming that Sam and Marianne were about the same age. Marianne was 41 when she died, so she must have been about 30 when she had the twins, because they were 11. So this was presumably written about when Marianne got here and became pregnant with us. But she's calling him her cherished friend, so I mean, it might be a little bit afterwards. Maybe she's a little bit older than Sam. Okay. Yep. Cool. I want to see what that is, though.
Look at these ones.
I'm trying to. Hello? Yes? Look, there we go.
She looks happy.
She was.
When was this? Why are you wearing a square hat?
Oh, yeah, that was when I finally got my captain's license.
You get
Mary Ann's the one who pushed me to get it. Made me wear that stupid hat when I went to take the oath.
Is that the kind of hat you wear when you become a captain?
Huh. Yeah, Laura took this one. We'd been working on that barn for months. That roof was a son of a bitch to sheath. Rain just kept on leaking into the loft.
Wait, the barn has a loft?
Oh, yeah. You didn't know?
Oh, she didn't tell us. Is that a trap door?
Yeah.
Being deep in the friend
whole
zone.
thing
I
up.
mean, he was married.
Told her it was gonna be real hard to get any hay up there, but she said she didn't mind.
Do you know what's up there?
I could tell she didn't want to talk about it, so I respected that.
Well, we're gonna have to empty it out for the sale, so I guess we'll know soon enough.
Ellie, you really gonna go through with this? It's like I told you, that house meant everything to your mama. It's all we got left.
I mean, it'll still be there. Someone else will just
You can't just
be living
throw
there.
it away.
Oh, unless they, oh, I don't want to be that harsh. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I know how hard this has been on you. But you need to move on.
What's done is done.
Maybe it would help to talk to someone about it?
Does
I ever
this
tell you about the time
look like
I
a
broke
man
my
who would
leg?
go to therapy?
Shin bone snapped in 3 different places. It's stuck in my ass for a month. No use to anybody. I was so down I couldn't even bring myself to get out of bed. But your mama, she has having none of that. She got me up one morning and drove me to a nice spot by the harbor. We watched the boats come in and out all morning.
You can't let yourself be defined by the parts that are broken. That's what you told me. You gotta find a way to work with what you got. Think about that a lot. Gotta remember.
Is he gonna fall asleep? There he goes. Night, night, Sam. I'm taking this. Yoink. Okay, am I finally gonna meet up with Tyler, see how he's doing? I mean, we asked Michael to go around and check on him, so maybe we'll see that first.
Now, if you ever come back here, I'm going to kill you!
Hey, Tyler? I've been looking all over the place for you. Are you alright?
I mean, you knew he was here.
Whoa, whoa. Hey, let's get you off your feet, okay? Come on. Listen,
yeah, this guy.
If you want to be alone, I'll go. But if there's anything you need to get off your chest, I won't snitch.
You saw Allison? How is she?
Yeah. I went back to check on her this morning. She was in a pretty bad way. Whatever went on between you two, it wrecked her.
Look, I don't want to drag you into this.
Well,
He
I'm
does
already in
indeed
it,
have a huge
and
crush
you look
on
like
him.
hell, so...
I just got a lot on my mind.
He's made that quite clear.
Well, I know one thing that's good for that.
Yeah,
As a wise man
kissing.
once said,
Oh, fishing.
is the cure to the wounds of the heart.
That's what I said, yeah. Was that you?
Was that wise man you?
Hey, like I said, I gotta write my own legacy. So, you in?
I don't know.
Come on, we're burning daylight. Let's go.
Where are we gonna go?
Why go anywhere when we have a perfectly frozen lake right here?
Ice fishing in November?
Yeah. It got cold way fast this year. Climate change. That shit's gonna kill us. But hey, fish first. You can walk behind me if you're afraid, though.
You're actually serious?
I am a very serious man, Tyler. Let's go. We still have to get everything out of the car.
Okay. When I get a chance, I'm gonna take a quick break because it's been a
Stage is
couple of
set.
hours.
It's showtime. Whenever you're ready.
You sure you don't want to go?
Nah. Look, no way I'm gonna rob you of your first catch in your own backyard.
All right.
Is that literally all you do for fishing? You just... Well, I guess it's ice fishing. You just literally stick it in the hole and then wait for something to bite.
Got everything you need, by the way?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, right. I will take a quick break. I think I might make myself a quick cup of tea. Stretch my legs and stuff, and then I will be back here in 5 minutes. See you all in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue this fishing.
Man. I'm so gonna miss this.
Miss what?
Just hanging out. and fishing.
Is there not fishing in Juneau?
You know, I'm not gonna have a lot of time after we move to Juneau with school and the JCE and everything.
I guess.
Right.
So did any of the people you came up with at Fireweed land in Juneau?
Oh, I'm not sure. Once they left, I never really kept in touch.
Really?
People came and went a lot. And besides, everyone moves on eventually, right?
Not everyone. Not people who get so close they're like family.
I already have a family.
Well, there's a reason we think of families as trees.
Do
They
we?
keep on sprouting new branches and...
Oh, hey, I think I've got a bite.
You got this. Reel them in.
Okay.
Come on, pull up on the rod.
S to keep the... Okay.
Reel them in.
Complete the circle.
Now give it a nice pull. Don't let it escape.
Got it.
Got it.
Got it.
You got them fishing while you were on a break.
Left
They probably still wouldn't.
Got it.
Yeah.
Bravo.
First of many.
Pace yourself. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Thanks, Sensei.
Oh, hey, did you want to make solid plans to hit the buzzard hole? The river might ice over soon, so we shouldn't wait too long.
Sure, let's go.
Yeah, sure.
Sweet. I was planning to go Saturday. I'll pick you up on the way out.
Cool. I'll set my alarm to ass crack of dawn. Hey, so the other day you were talking about your chosen family. How did you find them?
Well, high school can be kind of rough when you gotta hide who you are every second of the day. I got to a pretty dark place.
I can relate to that.
One morning, my uncle woke me up and told me to get into his car. I figured we're going fishing or something, but then we ended up outside the Juneau Coalition for Equality.
Your uncle brought you to the JCE.
Yep. He didn't know how to help, so he found someone who did.
That sounds amazing.
You know, even if you don't move to Juneau, my offer still stands. The JCE holds a monthly meeting. You meet a lot of good people there.
I think I'd like that.
I'm not sure where I'm going, but yeah, if I'm around for the next one, I'll give you a call.
No pressure. Just letting you know the door's open.
What else we got? What? Oh yeah, that's to make the hole in the ice.
I mean, yeah. What isn't there to like about standing in the middle of a frozen lake?
Oh, are we getting another one?
All right, here we go.
So exciting! Can't believe there's a fishing minigame in this game.
I'm here. Okay.
Do I get an achievement if I get all the fish?
How about them apples?
Oh, nice job. So, you weren't all talk.
Impressed?
I only see 2 fish in my cooler.
For now. You have this whole fancy bag just for ice fishing?
You don't mix and match. Ever.
Jeez, you don't mess around, do you?
Told you earlier. I'm a very serious man.
So you gonna tell me what's in the cooler, or what?
I could tell you. Or I could watch you squirm a bit longer.
Ugh. You're a terrible person. You know that?
You betcha.
Is it a human head? I think that's... Oh, there's something else as well.
So, what are you gonna make with what we catch?
Hey, you got me figured out. Slice of fresh fish, topped with garlic, pesto, walnuts.
Did I actually get
just
to
a drop of olive
eat
oil?
the food he made me
Pure
earlier?
perfection. As my partner in crime, you're entitled to a cut.
Works for me.
Works for me, partner.
Okay, I think that's all the bits around us that I can do.
So, about last night. I don't know what Allison said, but from my side, well, I thought we were on the same page. But it turns out we weren't.
Hey, so don't tell her I told you, but last week your sister was almost unbearable. She was jumping up and down with excitement at you coming back.
Really?
I mean, he already kind of told us that.
Look, the last time you saw each other, you were kids. Just because things have changed doesn't mean you can't work it out.
I pushed her too hard. I mean, I didn't really,
know.
but I'm being nice.
It's probably my fault.
Because I want
I
them to
really
make
pushed
up.
her last night. I just don't get why she always has to run away from everything.
You blame her?
Avoiding the problem doesn't make it go away.
Damn straight.
She's so fixated on selling the house. It's like she's trying to bury the past. All of it. Even the good parts.
Look, I'm not picking sides here. Okay, but she's been murder house girl ever since it happened. Now she's got a chance to put it behind her and start fresh. Shit, I'd be pretty eager too.
I didn't really think about that.
I guess I didn't really think about that. I've
I
been
just
so
got
focused
too
on my own
many
shit.
things.
It's been hard, you know? Figuring out how to live out here.
You mean outside of Fireweed?
Yeah. When I first got there, all I could think about was getting out. It felt like a cage. But after a while, it started to feel more like a shell. I figured out who I was in there. But now I've got to work out how to be that person out here.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, none of us really know what we're doing. Like, shit may look bleak now, but your sister's never gonna give up on you. And you can lean on me too if you want. Just be careful, okay? Got a bad left shoulder.
I'll keep it in mind. Thanks for listening.
Don't mention it.
Don't you say anything. I got this.
Yeah, got this. Fish number 3 of 3. Yeah, I'm so good at pressing S and clicking the left mouse button.
Easy.
Easy.
Boom. Whoa. Bam. 3 out of 3.
Well played. I got nothing. That was clean.
Huh. I'm a little disappointed. Can I ask you something kind of weird and maybe hard to answer?
Weird and kind of hard to answer in my jam. What's up?
How'd you know you were ready to trust anyone enough to put yourself out there?
Okay. Yeah, that is a hard question.
Told you.
There's not really two ways about it. You gotta be willing to take a hit. Look, I stopped listening to the entire indie folk genre just because I was dumped at a show once. But I put myself back out there just like everyone who's ever gotten their heart stomped on. Because when you meet someone who really sees you, you don't have to pretend anymore.
You'd still want to risk it with me?
And you're still interested in being that someone? Even after all the shit that's happened?
Hey, I've got baggage too. I think it's worth a chance. Don't you?
We are in total agreement.
I think we're in total agreement here.
Yeah?
Yeah. I get this feeling like I could say or do anything with you and it'd be cool. I feel safe.
You are. Because your sister would kill me if I did you dirty.
That's an excellent point.
Yeah, she would.
So, doesn't look like you're catching anything with that. You want me to show you how it's done?
Go for it.
When I was accepting Michael coming on to me earlier, it did do a break-even thing for Allison.
Hey,
It
you're missing the show.
really explain to me why. It doesn't seem to be doing it here, so I don't know, maybe it's fine. Kiss, 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 kiss. Make a move. Yay!
okay?
It's not quite kissing, but it's a start. Kiss, kiss. Whee! I think that might be Tyler's first kiss. He said he hadn't been with anyone before. Well, that's just lovely. Told you, we're fishing kissing. Anyway, hi Alison!
So, yeah.
Yes. One way to put it. Hey, Allie. I think I'll just show myself out.
Okay, call me later?
You know I will.
Come on, you two. Hug
Sorry
and
for
make up.
interrupting.
No, it's totally fine. We were done anyway.
We were done kissing. We'd kissed enough.
Catch anything?
Oh yeah, I mean fishing. We'd fished enough.
Mostly ice, but yeah.
Tyler, I'm sorry for freaking out yesterday. All of this, it's just been really hard on me.
Don't apologize. I was being an asshole. We should have never pushed you that hard.
Come here.
Yay!
God, why did I miss you so much? It's only been a day.
I've been told I have that effect on people.
You don't know. Okay, so I need to show you something.
What? You're kind of weirding me out.
Can we sit down for a sec?
So, what is it?
I was just at Sam's. He's not our father.
How do you know?
I asked him, point blank.
And you believe it?
And you took his word for it?
He was crazy in love with Marianne. Whoever set that fire was doing damage control. And Sam's nothing but damage.
I guess he really doesn't have anything left to lose, does he?
There's something else. Look at this. This was taken in 1992 when Marianne first moved to Delos Crossing. See that ladder? Sam told me the barn has a loft. He helped her build it. Apparently she never told anyone about it.
And it's still there?
As far as he knows, yeah. What do you think? Should we give it a shot?
We've come this
Heck
far.
yeah, of course.
And a hidden loft? That's got secret shit written all over it.
Let's go.
Okay, so time scales. She moved here 1922. It's currently 2015. They killed their mum in 2005 when they were 11. They must have been born in 1994. So they were born 2 years after she moved to Delos Crossing. So she must have got pregnant about a year after she moved
We got
here.
our deadbeat dad to thank for that.
So obviously the ladder's gone, but what about that handle? Is it still here somewhere?
But yeah, look. There's obviously a... How did we miss that all this
What do
time?
you think is up there?
I don't know. I'm trying not to speculate.
I'll protect you.
Don't worry. Whatever's up there, I'll protect you.
We'll see how chivalrous you feel when you've got bats in that perfectly coiffed hair.
It is perfectly coiffed, isn't it? That's some real hipster hair he's got there. It was the style at the time. What are we looking for? Some kind of lever? Nothing seems to be coming up on my... Gosh, it's very dark in here. Do. Nothing up there. Oh, she's got fairy lights up. Okay, let's see. It's kind of pointing at... I mean, there's a big red thing near the door there. So, shouldn't that be what we want?
No lever. Man, this place is a mess. I thought I saw something red over here.
Oh, so the...
Guess my mind's just playing tricks on me.
It's not on the door. We need to find it and put it on the door.
Just a regular old light switch.
Yeah, that's not a lever.
For a second, I thought there might be another secret stash down here, but just a loose plank. Nothing here.
So this is where we have to put it.
The handle should be behind this.
Oh, it is there. Oh.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Where it was in the picture. Okay, fine.
It's opening up.
The Secret Keeper always did store all the best secrets in the clouds.
Yeah.
Come on, let's find a way to climb up.
Well, that's way too high to jump. You want to give me a leg up?
I'm so not touching your nasty shoes. We'll find a ladder.
Okay, ladder. Feel like we would have seen a ladder by now. Oh, there we go. There's one. Oh, okay, this is the place we saw. It was either at the end of chapter 2 or at the beginning of this chapter. My gosh.
Can you see anything?
Nope. Nada. Here, found a switch.
Huh.
Holy shit. Well, that shaved a few years off my life. Whoa.
It's
her story.
Look, she left us something.
It's got a combination lock with letters.
Another puzzle!
Do you think she hid the code somewhere in all this?
Or in the Goblin Book.
Knowing Mary Ann, probably.
Well, you want to do this?
Of course.
Yeah, let's start here.
This is amazing. Right, let's
Why
have
are
a
these
look.
pictures from the Book of Goblins here?
I don't know.
I mean, we already knew that they were characters from her life and analogists of her life. We figured out who the bear, the pelican, and the moose were. Touch.
It seems like it's not doing anything. Maybe it's broken?
Or maybe we just need to solve the puzzles in order.
Ooh,
We're
there
not
are
done with the other
several
one yet.
puzzles? Gosh. There's like a brain treat. Okay, let's see then. This is... Oh, are these for our little collectibles?
There you go, stalwart moose. Back in your pond, big frog.
Did I get all of them?
We'll let the mangy muskrat have his rock back. The Ice King goes in the forest, obviously.
I don't think we got the bear. The bear... the secret keeper. I don't know who the eye would be. Well, the pelican isn't here. We never found out who the mangy muskrat is. I don't know who that would represent. Maybe Tom? I don't know. Well, it's someone kind of useless, apparently, so I just feel like Tom... It's like when Tessa was doing all that stuff and calling the social services, Tom was like, I don't know, I don't want to get involved. So, yeah, maybe that's him. Yeah, I'm not sure about the eye, but... And actually, I'm not sure who the Ice King is either. Ice King. Who is there left? Well, anyway. The eye, I don't know, maybe the pelican. Just because... Don't know who else there is. I mean, we don't really know who the big frog is either. The big frog could be Alexander, who maybe he ferried her over, because the big frog is the one who brought her to Delos Crossing, right? We learned that from the first story in the book. Right, let's have a look. There's her crown.
I don't get this one. What's the deal with the tiara?
Well, that represents the princess, right? Oh, she never wore... Okay, she never wore a tiara.
Do you have any idea what the code might be?
No. So we should probably see if Marianne hid anything before we go trying to guess.
Okay. L-O-S-E-A. I think that's an N. Oh, here's some more, okay. What have we got?
That's the pious pelican spot.
Here's the pelican.
Crafty goblins go here.
Oh, yeah.
The wise princess goes in the big wooden house, of course. Moonhag's gotta be imprisoned in her lake.
Yeah, I don't know who the Moonhag is either. Who's that? Did we have some kind of woodsman? And that'll be the Mad Hunter over there.
Why don't we solve this one first?
Which one? This one, okay.
Recognize this?
Yeah. It's from the story where the goblins tricked the Mad Hunter.
It looks like it, but it's different, right? Can you check the book?
Okay, I wonder if we're going to be reading all... We can't possibly have as many puzzles as we have stories. There are like 20 stories in there.
It moves. Oh. Some of these parts are buttons.
Okay, right. What is... The big frog is punished. Is that... Is that what it is? Is that what we're looking at? Why have we opened it to this one? Once upon a time, there was a young princess who felt hopeless. That's not it. The goblins trick them.
Here it is.
There we go.
Why do you think she changed the picture?
I don't know. Maybe it's a message. Like, the differences between the two mean something.
Something about Marianne, right? Since she's the princess?
Yeah. Why don't we try to find them all and then see if it makes any sense?
There are the goblins smiling and throwing the princess into the water, which is basically what happened. Did their mum have prophetic powers or something? Is that how Allison is seeing her mum clearly speaking to her in the present? Did her mum do things in the past knowing that Allison was going to see her in the future? I don't know. I got so many theories just coming out my head now. Okay, let's read this. The goblins trick the Mad Hunter. I don't know if this is relevant. It might just be the illustration. Again, they were just talking about the illustration, but I want to read this anyway. Once upon a time, in a castle just beyond the ancient and deep forest, the Mad Hunter was punished by the Gold Lady. Oh, the Gold Lady. That's a new one. For failing to return with the wise princess. For your failure, said the Gold Lady, I will take your left hand. You will return to the ancient and deep forest to hunt the wise princess, And if you can bring her back, I will return your hand to you. Fail again, and I will take your right hand. The Mad Hunter could hunt just with his right hand, but if he lost both his hands, he would never be able to hunt again, and would no longer be a Mad Hunter, but only a Mad Man. So the Mad Hunter returned to the ancient and deep forest, searching with his piercing eye for the wise princess. Piercing eye, I wonder what that represents. That came up in the other story as well. The crafty goblins were out searching for mischief when they saw the Mad Hunter on the prowl. We cannot let him find the princess, said the goblins, so they devised a plan. It was wash day, and the princess had hung her beautiful gown out to dry. They stole it from the lion and stuffed it full of straw, and then returned to where the Mad Hunter was scouring the paths of the forest. Scouring the paths of the forest. Scouring the pans. Yeah, he just like really got some food baked on there. As the Mad Hunter turned down the path which would have led him to the big wooden house, the goblins danced the straw princess in and out of view in the opposite direction. The ruse worked. The hunter fixed his piercing eye on them and followed. Through the day and into the night they led him away from the true princess. As night fell, the crafty goblins realized the error in their plan. The Mad Hunter was now hunting them. If he caught them, he would not be kind. So they put their heads together to come up with a plan. It did not take them long to realize where they should go. They led the Mad Hunter to the edge of the deep and icy lake, and when he came into view, they weighed the fake princess down with stones and dropped her into the frigid water, careful not to plunge into the depths themselves, lest the moon hag take her revenge on them. The Mad Hunter removed his clothing and dove in after the fake princess. He followed the shape of the sinking princess deep into the chilly water, down below where the ice covered the lake surface. Finally he caught her, but when he spun her towards him, he realized she had no head, and that her body was stuffed with straw, and then he felt a slippery fin brush his shoulder as the moon hag loomed overhead. The next morning the princess went to retrieve her gown from the clothing line and found it was gone. She immediately suspected the goblins of mischief and called, "Goblins, did you take my gown?" The goblins emerged from the cave and nodded sadly. "Now what will I wear?" asked the princess, sad and angry that she had lost her only dress. "Let us explain," said the goblins. So they told the princess the story of the Mad Hunter, and they produced his clothing, which was a bit large for the princess, but much warmer than her beautiful gown. She immediately forgave them. "Thank you, my friends," she said, "for rescuing me and for this clothing, which will keep me much warmer in the winter than my beautiful gown." The Mad Hunter was forced to remain below the lake with the moon hag, but she did not kill him, because even reduced to just one hand, he was too useful a servant. Lo, he plotted the day he would emerge to once again hunt the wise princess and earn back his left hand. And that is the story of how the crafty goblins rescued the wise princess from the Mad Hunter. Interesting. Right, anyway, let's look. So, here's this illustration.
Spot the differences.
Well, there's no goblins, for one thing.
No goblins.
No goblins.
Yeah. In the original, the goblins managed to save the princess from the Mad Hunter.
So we saved Marianne from something, but not in this version?
I think his face is fine. I don't think his face is different. Marianne, well, the princess isn't in the water. What else is there? We got the flowers are there. Yep, they're all there. The castle isn't there in the illustration.
Why do you think she added that castle in the background?
See the color of the flag? It could be the Gold Lady's castle. And it looks like the princess is running away from it.
So Marianne ran away from home, and she grew up kinda rich?
I don't think I was supposed to select this one. I think I was supposed to select her over there.
The princess is running away from the Mad Hunter.
Who was sent by the Gold Lady, according to the story.
Do you think the Gold Lady could have been Marianne's mom? I mean, she always used to say she moved to the end of the world to get away from her family.
Huh. Yeah, you're right. She ran away. Just like the princess is here.
Could be. Is everything else the same? Yeah, I think everything else is the same. His face is the same. The stars are the same. The moon is the same. Oh, but it's not the same intro, so...
It's not the same title, so I guess that counts as a difference?
Yeah. I think that's everything. Oh no, his hand is different.
The Mad Hunter still has two hands here.
Oh,
so
of course.
This was either before the Gold Lady cut off his other...
That's it. Whoa.
What's in there?
I wish they didn't cut off the thing, but
Pictures, letters. Have you ever seen any of these?
All the pictures of Marianne I've ever seen were the ones hanging on the walls.
Alright, so if we're saying that the Gold Lady is her mum, then this must be stuff from her childhood.
The Gold Lady. That was definitely her mom.
So, did Marianne grow up kinda rich?
Maybe. Would have been nice. Poor thing.
Why would she keep an old drawing of a pet in here?
'Cause she loved it.
I can't believe she was a ballet dancer. Marianne.
And a good one, too.
God, that's so not her.
And a beauty pageant?
Did you know she studied engineering?
Berkeley.
No. But it looks like
that said
she changed
beauty.
her major to visual arts.
I don't think she actually got it changed. The paper's not signed and it's all wrinkled. Like someone tried to throw it away.
So her mum maybe tried to make her go into engineering, but she went to visual art instead. Which is why must be why she's so crafty, because like engineering, that's good for. Well, she must have made these puzzles, right? Because Sam didn't seem to know anything about them.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen a picture of her that young.
I think that's her mom in the background.
Marianne, wait a minute. Marianne, I can't do this anymore. You deserve better than the cliche bullshit like it's not you, it's me. But the truth is, it's all just been too much for me to deal with, and I realize I'm just not ready. Maybe if we could have dealt with all of this on our own, without your mum constantly putting pressure on us, things would have been different. But the damage is done. It's probably too late for that now. I'm sorry. You're an amazing person. You made me a better man. I hate myself for doing this, but I feel like we'll both be better off apart. Here I go with the cliches again. Please don't ever stop being who you are. Here, but I'm gone. Brent.
Could this guy have been any more cryptic? You think the guy with her is Brent from the letter?
I would guess so.
Okay, I wonder if Brent is any of the characters. I think that's everything here.
Tyler, see that little light? I think we need to solve this one next.
Alright, let's just put the O there, so that I don't forget what I'm doing.
There are like a million possibilities. Probably quicker just to see if she left us a hint somewhere.
Yeah, I just wanted to stick the first one on. Okay, light here. Let's have a look.
There's the Gold Lady again. She's all over the board. There was a figure of her in that stash by the Mad Hunter painting, right?
Oh, yeah.
So maybe all of this is related to what we found in there.
Sorry, just taking a sip of tea. Okay, so the bird then?
Hey, I can move the piece next to the Gold Lady.
All these pictures. They look like images from Marianne's life before Delos.
Yeah, I got that.
Well, some of them do anyway.
Maybe that's it then.
Yep.
We need to figure out which ones are real.
The ballet dancer?
The princess dancing, playing violin, spinning wool. I guess this is stuff she did for fun?
Notice how unhappy she looks in all these pictures? I don't think she was having any fun.
Engineering degree?
The wise princess looks like she's trying to run away.
And she's being watched by the Gold Lady.
And I guess this is supposed to be Brett.
What's the Gold Lady do? Is that it?
It's opening.
Yeah, I really wish that they'd let you hear the last bit
What's
of
in
dialogue.
there this time?
They're just going, oh, it's opening now. Okay, great. So that's our house, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. Looks like our house. Yeah, that's it from the back, from the lake.
Is that Carol?
Yeah, and Sam. Look at him. He's so young and happy.
Carol, wait. I thought Carol was Eddie's wife. Am I getting confused? I thought Julie was Sam's wife.
Wow. She worked for a watchmaker in Juneau before she moved to Delos. No wonder she was so handy. Oh, so that's how she found the house.
Nice. Oops, sorry, pressed the wrong button. Let's try that again. Oh gosh, there's a lot of things.
Salmonberry Park. Huh. Is that some kind of commune?
Looks like it. So weird to imagine her living in a community like that. With, you know, other people.
The weirdest part is how they all seem to love her. Where was prom queen Mary Ann when the whole town was turning on us?
1992, so that would have just been before she moved to Delos. Don't Be a Stranger, Shelley, Miss You Already, Sol Bronwen, Positive Attitude, Adventurous Spirit, Pretty Marcus, Rick, Jarita, thanks for being a little sunshine, Keep Out and Waity. I don't think we know any of these people. And from Dad, well, her dad, not our dad, but
her father.
Marianne, I hope this letter finds you, but since you didn't leave any contact information, I will have to send it to your aunt and hope for the best. I'm writing to inform you that your mother passed away last week. We just had her funeral reception. The house has been filled with people all day, friends, family, colleagues and church members. It's now 11 p.m. and I'm sitting alone in the kitchen table, surrounded by dozens of trays of food, flowers and sympathy cards. Your cousin Adie brought in a beautiful photo album full of our holiday pictures in Lacona. You're there in all of them, but you weren't here today. We haven't heard from you in 4 years, and we can only hope you made it to Alaska or wherever you are, and that you and your child are both safe. Child! There was one child! Oh my god! The pictures that we saw with one child! There's another child! Or she was pregnant before she went, but that doesn't add up. It doesn't add up that she was pregnant before she went. Not now that we know all the dates. Your mother has been sick and depressed for years, and you can imagine why. The pain of being shunned by her own daughter, knowing she would never get to see her grandchild grow up. It spread through her body like cancer and consumed her completely. All this suffering simply because you ran away like a temperamental little girl instead of accepting her help when you got pregnant out of wedlock after dropping out of college and without a penny to your name. She only stepped up to help because she knew you weren't ready to raise a child properly, Marianne. A mother's duty doesn't end when her children leave home. Now that you're a mother yourself, I hope that you'll begin to understand that good parenting isn't about coddling children, it's about providing for them and shaping them into the people they're supposed to become, whether they like it or not. I won't trouble you again, you've made your intentions clear, I just thought you should know. Dad. Okay, whatever, man.
What the hell? Mary Ann was pregnant in 1992, before she even got here.
Before us? Do we have a long-lost sibling out there somewhere?
It's possible, but she could have given it up or miscarried.
Hopefully it's not Michael, that would be a bit awkward.
You're right. Do you think we could track down her father?
You mean the grandfather she never told us about? I don't think I want to.
You're not at all excited about having more family.
You saw the letter. I don't think we want any part of that.
Fine. Let's keep digging.
Okay, I think we've got all we can out of this bit. Okay, what's next?
This just lit up, so I think we're supposed to try this one next.
Alrighty.
What's this?
Some sort of map?
Okay. It's not asking me to open the book, so I don't think it's... If I press tab... Oh, I can actually open it, but if it's not prompting me to, I'm guessing I'm not supposed to. One day she took her tiara and ran away to the forest. So... it might be where she started and where she ended up. So she started in the castle. Then she ran off. She lived in the commune just before she came here to the house. And at some point she became a watchmaker.
I'm pretty sure everything in the stash was dated. Why don't we go take another look?
Alright, fine. So, the house, we know, is the last bit. The commune was just before she moved here.
Wow. She worked for a watchmaker in Juneau before she moved to Delos.
A watchmaker...
No wonder she was so handy.
June to October. This was June, I think. So actually, maybe this one was just before. Actually, I think this was the
Salmonberry Park.
June.
Huh. Is that some kind of commune?
Looks like it.
Okay.
It's weird to imagine her living in a community like that.
So park first, then watchmaker.
The weirdest part is how they all. Is that Carol?
Yeah, and Sam.
This
Look
is
at him.
This isn't
He's
dated.
So young and happy.
He is so young and happy, and then he helped us buy the place, I guess.
Wow. She worked for a watchmaker in Juneau before she moved to Dublin. Oh, so that's how she found the house.
Okay, I think if I get it wrong, then I'll get another chance. So let's look. I'm guessing that's her having tea with the bear and the muskrat. So the muskrat is Carol, maybe. Carol. I'm sure Carol is Eddie's wife, or was. I think she died.
I'm pretty sure everything in the stash was dated.
That's the Gold Lady's
Why don't we go
castle.
take another look?
Gold Lady's castle. Then she ran off to the
What's
forest.
that plant thing on top?
Oh, those are definitely salmonberry flowers.
The muskrat
Hey,
mystery
that degree in
continues.
outdoor studies is paying off.
And then
Some sort of clock?
she did clockmaking.
This
Then-
looks like a dinner party with the old bear and the very old beaver.
Oh, the very old beaver. Okay, that's a different character. And
This is the princess's, damn it. Why is
okay,
nothing
I've got
happening?
something wrong. So clock, then house.
This is
maybe?
the princess's house.
And then this.
This looks like a dinner party with the old bear and the very old
Okay,
beaver.
there we go.
Yes.
What's in there? Another letter?
The princess's laws. Is this from the Book of Goblins?
Not that I know of.
Well, sure looks like it could be.
Okay. Let me take another cup of tea before I do this. Okay. The princess's lost. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. She had made it through the woods and to that house with nothing left but the clothes on her back and a single item from her old life, a splendid tiara. She lost almost everything in her desperate flight from the Mad Hunter. Again, because the Mad Hunter was mentioned in, what was he mentioned in? He was mentioned in the first story where she's running away from home. So is the Mad Hunter... Are we just maybe a bit older than we thought we were? Has she just, like... Did she just, like, change our birth certificate so it was harder for us to be tracked down or something? And maybe she was pregnant with us before we were... I don't know. Right, okay. She lost almost everything in a desperate flight from the Mad Hunter. The trees tore the rucksack from her back and shredded her dress and left a pattern of red welts on her skin. But through it all, she clutched the tiara close to her chest, fearing any misstep could cause it to fall from her arms and break. The tiara had its own spot in the big wooden house, a pillow near the window where the sun would catch on its surface to shine and wink. The princess would stare for hours at the tiara, marvelling in its beauty and running her thumb down its curves. Every morning she would wake and tend to it, polishing its every surface to make sure it shone as brightly as it possibly could. Then she would pluck it up, place it upon her head, and walk the woods, somehow feeling more complete. Because what, after all, was a princess without a crown? Every night she would place it on its pillow, give it a quick kiss, and go to bed. On her way, she would pause and glance back to make sure it was still there. She hated to be separated from it, but knew it was safest on the pillow while she slept. Why do I feel like the tiara might be representing her child? One night, the princess woke to a raging storm. The wind howled against the walls, rattling the windows in their panes. Fearing a gust might burst open a window and blow the tiara to the ground, she plucked it from its pillow and brought it to bed with her. All through the night, she held the tiara close, and in the morning she woke to find herself still cradling it. The storm had passed, and the princess relaxed. That day was the same as any other, though she perhaps gave the tiara an even more thorough cleaning, grateful as she was that nothing had gone wrong. That night, she placed the tiara upon its pillow, gave it a quick kiss, and went to bed, pausing on her way to check it was still there. In the morning, she woke and sensed immediately that something was wrong. In the living room, the tiara lay upon the ground, broken, dull, and faded. Nothing else in the room had changed. The pillow was exactly where she had left it. The window was closed. There had been no storm, no wind, no sign that anything at all could have gone amiss. Only the broken tiara, mute upon the ground. She picked it up and held it in her arms with a guttural cry, but although she tried to fix and polish it, it was gone, beyond repair and with no shine left. The princess held the tiara through the day and through the next night, sitting in the same spot at the window where she used to polish it. When the sun rose, gosh, if this is a child, then this is a fucking sad story. She looked outside, and her gaze fixed upon a sapling. She remembered how the sapling had survived the winter, clinging to life despite the frozen, unforgiving earth. Without a word, she went out and buried the tiara in the ground beneath the sapling, and as the final scoop of dirt fell, the tiara felt truly gone, and with it the final link to her old self. She could only go forward and find a new place for herself in this world, where she was no longer truly a princess in a tiara and a beautiful crown, but a one woman alone in a deep and ancient wood. And that was how the princess lost her most precious treasure and her title. Okay.
And that was how the princess lost her most precious treasure and her title. That was the story she read us that night.
God, it makes sense now.
Yeah, she got pregnant. And she ran away to start a new life. And then she made her way to Delos Crossing, where she was finally happy. But then the baby died.
I can't even imagine how she must have felt. She left everything behind, built a whole new life for him. And then he was just gone.
I guess having us helped her move on. But when it looked like we were gonna be taken away, she snapped. She just couldn't lose any more children. It really wasn't anything we did.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all this.
I don't either, but all I wanted was to understand what happened to her. And now I do.
Yeah. But we still haven't seen what's in that chest.
Okay.
Okay, so how do we open it?
Right, we've got the O, and then it's L and E.
Why don't we just break this open? There's a crowbar
You
right
don't
downstairs.
need to.
What? No.
We've fixed
You
it.
don't want to try and figure out what all this means?
Figured it out
I'm
even.
so done with her riddles.
No, they're fun. Wait, that didn't work. Is that not it? Oh. Do I have to do a colour thing as well? Wait, actually, I should be able to put this down somewhere. Who's...
Gold Lady stays
There
locked
we
up
go.
in her castle.
I must have missed the bear. I would have thought I'd have got the bear by now. In fact, maybe I was supposed to get all of them by now. I don't know. Oh, sorry, they are colour-coded. Okay, L-E-O. Low.
That crowbar is sounding pretty nice right now.
No. L-O-E. Is that not it? What else could it be? L. Oh gosh, I'm blind. L-E-O, sorry. Oh, Leo. Leo.
That crowbar is sounding pretty nice right now.
That must have been his name. There we go. I always get stumped by the colour codes. I swear I'm not colorblind.
Whoa.
Did it just get darker in here?
Here we go.
Ollie. She noticed.
She noticed. Dear Alison and Ollie, we write...
That was her son.
Yeah. We write stories to understand and be understood, but what good is a story without a first act? I'm sorry I kept mine from you for so long. All my love, goblins.
Why does she have a photo of that tree locked in here?
I think that's where she buried Leo. Aww.
Is that...
Leo Ronan.
Why didn't she tell us about him? Why didn't she tell us any of
Well,
this?
you were so young.
I mean, it's fucking terrible. That's why. Allie, did we do the right thing opening this?
I mean,
We
she
did.
wanted you to
It's
find
better
it.
we know what happened, even if it's hard. And there's one more thing we need to see.
Are you sure?
Yes. Come on.
There's a
Let's go to the dock.
blanket as well.
It's time to finish this.
Oh, okay. She wants to look at the memory properly now. I just...
Hey, now that we're done with the important stuff, maybe we can take a crack at these.
Yeah, I would like to look at the other puzzles as
Baby
well.
blanket.
A baby blanket, yeah.
I wish she just explained all this to us.
You were like 11. She probably would have eventually. Unless she did predict her own death.
The old bear's gifts for the princess. I'm totally blanking on that story. What did
Okay.
it give her again?
Why don't we open up the book and check?
Let's have a look. Old Bear's gift for the princess. The bear and the princess, would that be it? Do. Yeah, I think I'm guessing so. Oh, or is it the princess's party where he got her a sword? Is there a sword there? I'm not seeing one. Okay. It's probably not going to be from the same one. Let's have a look at the bear and the princess. Okay, so the bear being Sam. The bear and the princess. Once upon a time, in the ancient and deep forest, the old bear stood on the bank of the river, swiping at salmon on their way to the spawning grounds. Oh, maybe Carol was Sam's mum. Oh, I don't know. Just as he'd got his paw on a particularly fat one, he heard a woman shouting for help. He considered simply eating his salmon, but then she screamed again, and he lumbered over to investigate. After a short walk, he found the princess clinging to the top of a tree while a wolf snarled and snapped at the base of the tree. Old Bear would normally not get in the middle of such a situation. After all, as a fellow predator, he understood that wolves need to hunt. But when he saw the princess, he was struck by her beauty, and he knew he had to help. With a great roar, the bear heaved onto his hind legs, rising to his full height. The wolf snapped and snarled in his direction, but the bear roared again, and the wolf took off into the trees, tail between his legs. The old bear fell back onto all fours and stared up at the princess. She regarded him fearfully. "You can come down," he said. "How do I know you didn't just save me so you could eat me yourself?" asked the princess. "I suppose that is a fair question," admitted the old bear, "but I promise I won't eat you." The princess had no reason to trust the old bear, except that he had kind eyes, and so she slowly made her way down the tree. When she reached the ground, the bear only watched her, and so she supposed she was not going to be eaten today. "Thank you," she told the old bear. "Of course," he said. Can I walk with you back to your home?" "Of course," said the princess, and so the princess and the old bear walked together through the forest, back to the old wooden house. The big wooden house, sorry. After that day, the princess would occasionally find gifts from the bear. Okay, here we go. A fresh caught salmon, a handful of ripe berries, a newly bloomed bluebell. Okay. One spring when a sudden thaw flooded the path out from of the princess's home, the old bear was there, and she rode his back across the river. The old bear began to think that the princess should be his mate. After all, she had no mate, and she needed one, and he could help keep her warm and provide her a much more suitable den and catch fish for her and protect her from wolves. She, in turn, would brush out his fur and pick berries without smushing half of them and scratch that one part of his back he couldn't reach, and with how she took care of the goblins, she would be an excellent mother for his cubs. One day the old bear came with a ring of spruce and asked the princess to be his bride. "I'm sorry," said the princess. "You are a very good friend and I appreciate all you've done for me, but I cannot marry you. You're a bear, I'm a princess. It would never work." The old bear was crushed. "Can we still be friends?" he asked. "We will always be friends," said the princess, "but I will never marry you." The old bear and the princess carried on their friendship, and after 1 year he tried again to ask her to be his bride, but once again she refused him. This happened 1 year later, and 1 year after that, and then finally the princess said, "Old bear, you are my dear friend, and I appreciate all that you have done for me, but I would sooner you would have left me to the wolves than marry you, and that is how it will always be. I have my hands full with the 2 goblins who live under my house, and they are all I need." That wounded the old bear deeply, but it was finally enough to stop his proposals. They remained friends, and he continued to give her the gifts of fresh salmon and ripe berries and newly bloomed bluebells, but the old bear never again asked the princess to be his bride, as much as he might have wanted to. And that is how the princess befriended the old bear and how she refused him. Okay, so fresh salmon, ripe berries, and bluebells. So, where's the salmon? Salmon, berries, and bluebells. I don't really know what's supposed to represent what. I guess the lake is where you get the salmon. There we go.
Fresh caught salmon?
Then the berries, that's obvious.
Some roses, maybe?
Oh no, that's not.
Maybe not.
Here?
A newly bloomed bluebell?
Yes.
A handful of ripe berries?
There we go.
Nice. Man, he had it bad. Just couldn't let go.
Sorry for the note under the door like a prison inmate. You okay? I stopped by and rang a couple of times. Oh wait, actually that's a good point. I need to be looking at people's handwriting, don't I? So he does do joined up writing. I don't think it's quite as curly as our dad's looked. It doesn't look super dissimilar. He does do the long eyes. This being Sam's handwriting. I don't think it's quite as fat and loopy, if I recall correctly. Anyway, yeah. Sorry for the note under the door like a prison inmate. You okay? Blah. I stopped by and rang a couple of times this week, but you didn't answer. I could see the light in the hayloft, so I figured you were in, but didn't want to talk. I hope I didn't ruin everything. I know I probably came on kind of strong, but the thing is I don't know how to talk to a woman like you. You are strong and kind, and you know so much it's hard for me to know how to keep up. I guess all that went to my head, but I want you to know I got the message, and I'm going to get out of your hair now, and there doesn't need to be any bad feelings. We can pass in the street and say hello or not. It's okay. P.S. I noticed your car was leaking, so I put some sealant in there. You might need to take it to the shop, though. Let me know if you want me to come with you, because sometimes these guys try to rip you off. If not, it's no big deal, Sam. He was married, right? Am I... He definitely was talking about a Julie. Like, he wouldn't have been proposing to her if he was... Ah, dang, I can't look at this one now. I'm guessing Beck wasn't our dad, but I would like to look at that letter again, and I am not getting the chance to now. That letter was just from our dad, so I don't think... not our dad, her dad, so I don't think her dad is our dad. What was in here again? That was just typed up... the typed up story, yep. The crafty goblin's loot.
The crafty goblin's loot.
That's from The Princess and the Two Thieves. I drew the original.
And I distinctly remember drawing that cake, which is arguably the best part of that illustration.
All right, Picasso.
Okay, The Princess and the Two Thieves. Here we go. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. The house was built from the strong wood of the forest, and it kept the princess warm and safe. The princess was not a native of the forest, but she never spoke about where she had come from, for it made her cry. She did not have many friends, but that was how she liked it. The forest was big and deep, and many paths led to her house, but not many visitors passed by. The princess was happy to be left alone in the big house in the deep forest. She knew that the forest would provide for her, but that its generosity had to be respected. So she only took what she needed, and for a time life was just fine for the princess in the big wooden house. One winter day, when snow blanketed the earth and the ice bent trees low, the wise princess realized that food was disappearing from her house. It was not much at first, only a few fruits and nuts and eggs vanished during the night. Maybe it's the birds, she said, or the mice, and for a time the princess was okay with losing some food for the winter, for the winter was long and the little creatures needed to eat too. But then small items started to disappear as well. Spoons and plates, forks and knives, and blankets. It was as if every time she was in one part of the room, part of the house, something disappeared in another room. That can't be birds or mice, said the princess. I think I have a thief. So she went outside to look for traces in the snow and noises in the wind, but there was nothing to be found nor to be heard. That's strange, said the princess. Maybe the thief is hiding under my house. For many days she hunted, looking under the curtains and under the bed, behind the curtains, in the attic and the chimney, behind the wall, the poles, and under the carpets, but she found nothing. And as she searched, food kept on disappearing, night after night. I will make a cake, frowned the princess, a big cake with every egg and fruit and nut I still have, so that I only have one thing to keep my eye on. She spent the whole day making the cake and using everything she had left. The cake she made was so big she could hardly carry it. If I manage to protect the cake, I will be able to survive the long winter, she said. So she added a lock to the oven, and she kept the big cake safe inside. But the next morning the lock had been opened and the cake had disappeared. At first the princess cried because that cake was the last of her food until the snow melted. Then she noticed two trails of tiny feet in the spilled flour, and she followed the tracks to a hidden hatch in the floorboards. This is how the princess realized that two tiny thieves were living under the wooden house right below her feet. Okay, so...
And you probably remember what the goblins stole in that story, huh?
Yes, so they stole fruits and nuts and eggs, spoons and plates, forks and knives. They stole everything. Fruits and nuts and eggs. Fruits.
Maybe they took some of the princess's fruit?
Nuts and eggs.
Some flour for the cake, maybe?
No. That's
maybe not.
Forks and spoons and knives.
What if they took some spoons?
And then they stole some blankets and... That was it, I think. Blankets and then the cake. Where's some blankets? Can't see blankets.
Didn't they take some of the princess's clothes?
No.
Wait. Did they steal candy?
No.
Wait.
Eggs, there we go.
I'm pretty sure they stole some eggs. That's it.
Aww.
I always wondered where that drawing went. She said it was her favorite, and then
princess.
one day it just disappeared.
Okay, you're the best mum in the world, the prettiest princess. Okay, that wasn't that helpful, honestly. I mean, that's cute and everything, but it's not as interesting as learning her history with Sam. Or okay, there's 2 more to go. Is there just 2 more to go? I think so. This tiara isn't
I
anything,
wish she
is
just
it?
explained all this to us.
No, okay.
The very old beaver's repair list.
That's the story where the princess's house gets damaged by a storm and the animals help her fix it.
Yeah. What did they do to fix it again?
Okay, so I'm thinking the very old beaver might have been either Sam's wife or mum. I'm not sure now. The beaver fixes the house. Okay, let's have a look. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. One night, a particularly violent storm shook the house. It shook the shingles on the roof and the planks in the walls. It even shook the beams on which the house stood, blowing the whole thing near to the ground. The princess hid in a closet, fearing the house would come down on her as she slept. In the morning, the house was still standing, but it was badly damaged. The storm had blown shingles off the roof and planks of the walls, and had even bent a post upon which the house stood. The first two things she could fix, but the last concerned her. What will I do? Despaired the wise princess, for she knew many things. She did not know how to fix the big wooden house. Just then the old bear came by to see if the princess had any trouble in the storm. When he found her nailing planks back into place, he said, "Stop, princess, let me do that for you. I'll be happy to do it." I'm happy to do it," said the princess, "but if you want to help with the roof, you may." When the pair were done with the roof and the walls, they examined the bent support post. "I could throw my body against it," said the old bear. "I'm very large." He stretched up onto his hind legs, being sure the princess could appreciate how very large he was, then charged straight at the post. He threw his body against it with an impressive thud. The impact moved the post, but too far, and it ended up bent in the other direction. The wise princess decided more precision was needed. She thought of the very old beaver who kept an excellently crafted dam. Perhaps she can help. She went looking for the very old beaver and found the industrious animal hard at work slapping down mud on a part of the dam that had been blown apart at the storm. Most of the structure was unharmed because the beaver was very good at building things. The princess knew that she had come to the right place. "Beaver," she said, "my house was damaged in the storm. Will you help me fix it?" "I believe I could do that, yes," said the very old beaver, and she paused at fixing her own den to follow the princess. The very old beaver examined the big wooden house and nodded. "It will be an easy fix," she said, and she set about righting the post with large slaps of her tail. When she was done, the wise princess stroked the beaver's head. "Thank you, beaver," she said. "The wind blew the shingles off the roof and the planks off the walls, and even bent this post. Now, thanks to you, I still have a home." "Think nothing of it," said the very old beaver, who returned to work on her old den once again. That winter, the very old beaver grew ill, very ill. She was not able to fix her den nor gather food. When the princess found out, she set about delivering meals to the beaver. She brought stews of corn and beans and baskets full of bark and twigs from the beaver's favourite aspen. One day, the wise princess noticed that the beaver's den had begun to fall apart. She set about fixing it, and although she was not as talented as the very old beaver, the fix kept the creature warm and dry. "Thank you," said the very old beaver. "Of course," said the princess. "You helped me when the storm blew my house near to the ground. Thanks to you, I still have a home, and I'm happy to do the same." The princess continued to nurse the old beaver until the day she came to the dam, and the forest was very still. No birds sang, no branches rustled, no small things skittered within the underbrush. "Oh," the princess, staring sadly at the dam, for she knew the old beaver had passed on. "Goodbye, my friend." And this is how the very old beaver saved the big wooden house, and how the wise princess repaid her kindness. Okay, so let's look at what we've got. So, right, so the post...
She slapped the post with her tail to write it.
Was slapped with the tail to write it. The roof... Well, she fixed the walls herself, I think. Nailing planks back into place, and the roof was also fixed. So, planks.
She fixed the planks that were blown off the walls.
And the roof.
She fixed... All right.
Yay! Okay.
Damn. That must have been rough on Eddie.
Yeah, he doesn't really like to talk about her.
Carol was Eddie's wife. I knew Carol was Eddie's wife. I was just confused why she was hanging out with Carol and Sam. I mean, not that Carol and Sam can't be friends. I was just like, I don't know. When Eddie wasn't there. But anyway. Dear Mary Ann, you cover your ears every time I try to have this conversation with you, so I thought I'd have a better chance doing this in a letter. I know you don't like saying goodbye, so I'll keep my melancholic ramblings short and sweet. I want to thank you with all my heart for taking care of me these past 3 months. I can't even imagine how exhausting it must have been for you to look after a sick old lady when you have 2 small children at home. Oh no, maybe this was Eddie's mum then. She's a sick old lady. I think his wife fell down a cliff because when we were reading the Secret Keeper's story, it said that the Secret Keeper learnt from the moose that his wife had fallen down a cliff. So Carol must be Eddie's mum. Okay. I can't imagine how exhausting it must have been for you to look after a sick old lady when you also have 2 small children at home. I know you want me to keep on fighting this disease and hoping for a recovery, but it's always been a great strength of mine to know when it's time to let go, and that time has come. I'd like to ask you one last favour. Please take care of Eddie after I'm gone. My poor boy puts on a brave front ever since his father died, but I know he's in pain. I would be so much more at peace knowing he still has a family. Maybe he could teach the kids how to fish. He loves spending time with them. Thank you for the warmth and the peace you brought to my life. Give the kids a kiss for me, will you, Carol? Okay, whoops, leave. Okay. And this is the last one. Okay, gosh. As interesting as this has been, my throat's starting to give out reading all these,
The crafty goblin's good deeds.
Of course. The goblins had to help out the creatures of the forest to pay off their debt to the pelican.
Well, what did they do?
You know, I don't really remember.
Okay, good deeds, good deeds. Of course they had to pay their debts to the pelican, Tessa. Good deeds. Princess and 2 thieves, trick the mad hunter. Irritate the Ice King. Trick the muskrat? Princess makes new friends? Is there a symbol maybe that was gonna give me a hint as to where I'm supposed to be here? I don't think so. Mad Hunter gets his hand back, oh dear. Moose teaches the goblins? No, I don't think that's it. Oh, Eddie taught the goblins to fish. Actually, I'd be kind of interested just to have a quick look at the illustrations, just to see what's happening. So we've done these. We've done the princess party. Goblins in the ice cave. Something to do with Sam. Did the princess and the new thieves. That's the princess making friends with the goblins. The bear's big paws. The moon hag loses her name. We still don't know who this is. Goblins trick the mad hunter. We've looked at that one before. The pelican helps her friends. Oh, okay, so this is possibly... There may be good deeds from this, or is it about the deeds we had to do after she'd done this? Just gonna quickly scan this. I'm not gonna read it all because I don't think this is it. Oh, okay. Just seeing a couple of mentions of the Ice King there, who we don't know who that is. Okay, so yeah, so that's the pelican helping us out, Tessa helping us out. So then we had to pay her back. We've already done the goblins and their voice, so that's not that one. The big frog is punished. Okay, we don't actually know who the big frog is either. The goblins save the old beaver. The goblins irritate the Ice King, who again, we don't know who that is. The pelican forgives the goblins. Okay, it might be this one. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's us. Here's kind of the center of that illustration. Alright, let's have a look. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, there lived a pair of crafty goblins in a cave below a big wooden house. They lived with a wise princess who shared as much food with them as she was able, but it was never quite enough. This left the goblins hungry, very hungry, always hungry. One day, as they were out foraging for food, the pious pelican landed on a rock and dumped a smorgasbord from her beak, which the goblins knew was magic and never emptied. Oh, if only it were like that in real life. There were king crabs in red, blue, gold, and scarlet, veiny blue shrimp, pink-shelled scallops, oblong brown clams, purple spiny urchins, and even one prickly red sea cucumber. The food just kept coming. They watched as the pelican ate one clam and then took a nap. Do you think she would mind if we took just a little? Asked one goblin to the other. Her beak never emptied. She won't possibly miss a couple of crabs, said the second, licking her lips. They were agreed, and so they crept over, filched some crabs, and ran. The goblins scarfed the crabs, but when they were finished, they found that they were still hungry. She won't miss a handful of shrimp, said one goblin to the other. The goblins scarfed the shrimp, but once they've finished, they found they were still hungry. Maybe also a few scallops, said one goblin to the other. The goblins scarfed the scallops, but when they were finished, they found they were still hungry. So they went back for clams, and then urchins, and finally even the sea cucumber. Finally, they were not hungry, but there was also nothing left. Just then the pelican woke up. "What happened to my food?" she asked. Unable to lie about it, the goblins confessed their crime. The pelican was dismayed, but she was a charitable-hearted bird, and she could tell the crafty goblins were growing little creatures. "Goblins," said the pious pelican, "I will share my food with you, but you must in return to follow my example and be as generous with others as I am with you. Take that to heart, and I will consider your debt paid." "But we have nothing to give," said the goblins. "You have your nimble hands and your crafty brains and your loving hearts," said the pelican. The crafty goblins realized how much they had to give, and for the rest of the day they looked for ways to help the other creatures of the forest. They found the stalwart moose struggling with an itchy, hard-to-reach spot on his back, so they climbed up and gave it a good scratching. Next, they helped the old bear, who could not get honey out of a narrow beehive. They climbed up to the top of the tree with the hive, and then dropped it, cracking it open. Finally, they found the princess, crying over a loss she would not speak about, Leo. So they wrapped their little arms around her in a great big hug, and stayed until she felt better. When they were done, they returned to the pious pelican. "Did it feel as good being as generous as I am?" asked the pelican. "It did," said the goblins. "I'm glad," said the pelican. "We all have our problems that we can't solve on our own, but if everyone goes about with generosity in their hearts, then there is always someone on hand to help. But we must all commit to do so, or there may be no one here to help you when you need it." This made sense to the goblins, and they thanked the pious pelican for her food and the lesson. Of course, by this time they were hungry again, and that remained an ongoing problem until the day that the stalwart moose taught them to fish, but that is another story. And that is how the pious pelican forgave the crafty goblins and how she taught them charity. That's nice. Okay, so we scratched the moose's back, we got honey for the old bear, and we gave the princess a hug. So, remove the thorn. Nope. Can I please look at the... There we go.
They gave the stalwart moose a good scratch on the back. They broke open the beehive for the bear. They hugged the princess when she was crying. Nailed it. Our lives would have been so different if their friendship hadn't gone to shit.
Yep. Right. The Pelican Crossing is a specialty gift boutique located near the Oshir Glacier, catering to Gustinu Channel tourists as well as Delos Crossing locals. We specialise in an assortment of high-quality products from home accessories, handmade souvenirs to personalised apparel and locally made art. The Pelican Crossing will be the first store to act as a relay between the buzzing arts and craft scenes and customers. In addition to a wide array of novelty handcrafted products, the consumer will enjoy friendly and knowledgeable customer service from the Vecchi store co-owner Tessa Vecchi and up-and-coming artist Mary Ann Ronan. This business plan is prepared to obtain financing in the amount of $20,000 to purchase inventory and help cover expenses in the first year of operations. In year 1, the Pelican Crossing plans to break even, and in year 2, we plan to generate a moderate profit. Thinking of the executive summary part of this business plan, what do you think? So they were planning to get into business together. Well, okay, I think we have uncovered all the secrets that this attic has to offer, and we can finally leave.
You really want to go? You sure we've seen everything?
Yeah, let's go.
Either way, I'm ready for this to be over.
Me too.
I'm guessing there's no more collectibles, because that would have been our only chance to put them all on their little logs. Then again, I'd have been surprised if we'd got the Mad Hunter by now. Okay, we're going to finally look at this memory properly, and I guess that means...
What are we waiting for? I want to know who was here that night.
We might be finding out who our dad is.
Let's try and remember who Mary Ann was arguing with.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go? Ah, there we go. Let's go! Come on, we can do it! We can remember!
almost.
It is Tom? Is that Tom?
Tom? Tom Vecchi is our father?
Of course. It had to be him.
Of course. What?
Tessa knew, didn't she?
Yeah, she must have. That's what she didn't want to tell us.
God, Marianne and Tom?
I know.
What should we do now?
Yeah, call him out here and make him tell us what was going on.
And if he won't?
We know his secret. He will. Tom? It's Allison. We need to talk. We know it was you.
Okay, of the 5 people that I was like, well, here are the 5 men that we know in this story. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's not Sam. I thought that it might be Eddie or Alexander, or possibly Greg, just because of that weird thing that happened at the station. I'd pretty much dismissed Tom.
Let me take the lead on this. I know him better. I thought I did, anyway.
Sure. Whatever. As long as we get answers.
Kids, listen.
You're our father.
Yes.
You knew how bad it got out here. How little we had. Why didn't you help Marianne?
You mean all the money she wanted? We didn't have anything to spare. Well, that winter was rough on everyone. You would have starved out here if not for all the free food we gave you.
Don't act like you had anything to do with that. That was all Tessa.
That's a cruel presumption, young man. Maybe it was Tessa's idea initially. But I supported it. And your mother was happy to live off our handouts.
You let Marianne drown. You were there.
You were
watching.
here that night. You saw Marianne and Tyler. Why didn't you help?
I know it wasn't my best moment. But she threatened my life.
So you just decided to let her drown?
I didn't decide anything. Everything happened so fast, I panicked. And by the time I got to town, Brown was already on his way out. There was nothing else I could do.
Talk about Marianne.
Hey, you hearing me?
Yep. Sorry. I'm trying really hard to keep myself from punching him in the face.
Quiet.
Does he really expect us to believe there wasn't anything else he could have done that night?
I don't know, Ellie. I'd rather not think about it.
You tried to burn down our barn.
You tried to burn down our barn and knocked Tyler unconscious.
I never meant to hurt anybody. You weren't supposed to be home.
Doesn't excuse the fact that you didn't even stop to help.
What do you want me to say? I panicked. I was terrified that this whole thing was going to blow up in my face. I had to do something.
About the barn.
He's not even the least bit sorry for what he did. He could have seriously hurt you.
Yeah, he's just a fucking coward.
Right, what should we do now?
So what do we do now?
We tell him he's gotta fix the mess he made, one way or another.
You have to make this right.
You failed us, Tom. You need to make it right.
I'll do whatever you want. As long as none of this gets out.
Excuse me?
You want me to pay for my mistakes? Fine. But please, Tessa can't know. This'd kill her.
Tessa already knows, Tom.
No. That's impossible.
It never occurred to you the reason Tessa cut Marianne off was you?
But she never said anything. Oh, Lord.
You should try talking to your wife. Maybe if you had, we wouldn't be in this situation. And maybe Marianne wouldn't be dead.
Oh, come on. You of all people should appreciate how troubled Marianne was. She was unhinged. Something like this would have happened sooner or later.
You preyed on her when she was new and here and grieving her child.
That was convenient for you, huh? You preyed on her because she was vulnerable. And you knew you could always blame it on crazy Marianne Ronan if you got caught.
It was nothing like that. Nothing at all. Your mother was a very pretty woman. And she'd been so many places and done so many things. The way I always thought I would have. I got caught up. Love made me a fool. Look, I made mistakes. But this will not go any further than the three of us.
Why? We know. Tessa knows. Marianne's dead. There's no point in hiding it anymore.
He's afraid it'll tank his campaign.
Of course.
Am I wrong?
Jesus, Tom.
I've kept your secret all these years.
Ah.
I don't want to go spilling it. But I will if I have to.
Yeah, go. Tell Eddie.
Yeah. Your little story about self-defense. I've never told anyone how Marianne really died.
Oh, shit.
That night, I came out here because I was worried about your mother.
Why do they do it? They made me do it. They made me do it. Why did they do it? This is his fault. This is his fault.
Hunter. Wait, no! Stop! Honey! Wait, no! Please. I'm not gonna hurt you.
No. No way. You're a fucking liar.
I saw what I saw.
You're manipulating us just like you manipulated her.
Tyler!
You're not listening to this, are you?
Be smart about this, Allison. Are you sure you want this to get out? You've got way more here to lose than he does. His name will be all but cleared, but you'll be a killer. What will your uncle say? And Michael? Well, the whole town might turn on you.
I've had enough of this guy. Yeah, good.
You know I'm right.
Just get out of here, Tom. Tyler and I need to talk alone.
Just please. Think twice before making any rash decisions. There are a whole lot of lives at stake here.
Leave us the fuck alone. And never come back.
Ew, that's where we come from? Ew.
Allie, you okay? You didn't let that asshole get to you, did you? Did you?
What if he's right? I've been having all these nightmares about that night, and they were a lot like how Tom said. And now, when I try to remember, that's all I can see.
He's trying to mess with your head, and you're letting it work.
No, it's more than that. Ever since we started digging, I haven't been able to shake this feeling like something's off.
We getting Ava disgusted,
Something's
yeah.
off because he put this in your head. Don't let him get away with it.
We have an Ava judge.
He might not be lying. We keep getting things mixed up. We remember totally different versions of the past.
Those are just details. This isn't that. She was going to kill me.
I'm not so sure anymore, Tyler.
Is that the memory? Is it here? Yeah, there you go. Alright. Alright, let's do this. Although, whose are we going to remember? Because that's the problem. Like she says, we've been remembering different things.
She had a gun pointed at me. She chased me. She said she was going to kill me.
She threatened Tom with those exact same words. With the same gun, on the same pier. The thing you said to Eddie the other day got thrown back at me. Don't you think it's possible that happened here too?
I guess it's possible. Fuck. I don't know. And we're never gonna know the truth, are we? Because the second you walk away from something, that's it.
Yeah.
I guess at this point, you just have to decide what you believe.
Me?
Yeah. You need to start dealing, Allie. And that means coming to terms with whatever version of the past feels the most true to you. No more running. Whatever you choose, you gotta live with it, okay?
And I'm afraid, Ali, that everything lines up to suggest
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm going to kill you!
that you were misremembering things. This is difficult for her.
How can I hurt you? Oh, please. No, don't do this.
Allison, this isn't what...
She was going to kill herself.
She was going to kill herself.
Just herself. You interrupted her and we got confused.
Are you sure?
Yes. That attic. Tyler, that was meant for us.
She decides what happened.
It was her
Wow.
way of explaining what she was going through.
She decides what she's going to accept
I
happened.
made a horrible mistake.
Hey, it's okay. I'm here.
I mean, like I said, she was young. All she saw was her mum chasing after her brother and her brother yelling for help. It is horrible.
Hey, peep what I just found downstairs. What do you think? Will it have aged well, or just gone bad?
That is an adorable mug.
Where are you at right now?
I just keep hearing her say she wasn't going to hurt you. Over and over.
We were kids. We freaked out. We weren't equipped to deal with that shit.
She was just talking to you. And I killed her.
Stop.
I don't want to use our voice again. Ever.
Why?
What? Seriously?
I don't know. But I want to stop feeling like this. And I think we'll be better off without
Allison.
it. This morning, I kept getting these horrible visions. Of you and Marianne and Eddie.
Visions. Like our memories?
Yeah, but different. It was all my worst thoughts brought to life. You were in my bedroom saying I abandoned you. Eddie called me a snake.
I'm sorry. I should have been there for you.
It's okay, I was the one who walked out. I can't let that happen again.
I don't think it will. Something's been pushing us to find answers. And now we have them. Maybe I'm wrong. And if it stays bad, we can stop. But I really want to keep what makes us, us.
The Mad Hunter was forced to remain below the lake with the Moon Hag, but she did not kill him, because even reduced to just one hand, he was too useful a servant. Lo, he plotted the day he would emerge.
Brothers and sisters?
To once again hunt the wise princess and earn back his left hand.
Always.
And that is the story of how the crafty goblins rescued the wise princess from the Mad Hunter.
I mean, I do still think there's a few questions we haven't answered. There are some characters in the book which we don't know who they are. I guess we still have to decide whether or not we're going to go public with the information about Tom. Six months later. Oh gosh, okay. Is this the end? Have I already got to the end of the game? It's about 2 hours earlier than I was expecting. Oh, he got rid of his hipster haircut. Kind of looks like Elijah Woods.
One last look, and I'm good to go.
Yeah, right?
Hey, it's me.
Hey, me.
House is empty. I'm getting ready to head out, so last chance. Is there anything you want me to do while I'm in town?
Listen, Ty, you're dropping off the keys with Tina, right?
Yep, gonna leave them at her office on my way to the ferry.
Well, that's it then.
Heard about Tom?
Did you see the article I sent you about Tom losing the election?
Ah, yes. I saw your message right before derby practice, so I didn't have time to read it. But I did cackle at the headline.
Did you picture Tom's face whenever you went in for a block?
No, but that is a great idea.
Anyways, think I should swing by the store for one final fuck off?
See you never, Vecchies.
How's Juno?
How's Juno?
Big and full of people, even without tourists. Michael's been writing up rules for the apartment. I need your support against his whole food policy.
Just refuse to sign anything until I get there, okay?
Okay, but you better hurry. If he gets his way, we'll only have one small shelf for junk food.
What? Heresy. I'm gonna need like twice that just for snack cakes after my surgery next month.
I know, right? This cannot stand.
And how are you?
How are you?
Good, actually. Really good. You?
Good.
Same. You know, emptying the house really cleared my head out.
Thanks for doing that. The observatory really needed me this week. And after everything that happened, I just felt like I needed to keep some miles between me and Delos Crossing.
No worries. You still loving your therapist?
Gail, yes. I was actually just doing some letter writing she assigned me as homework. It really helped me get some perspective.
That sounds awesome.
Okay, I think that's everything.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up now.
See you tonight.
Okay. I'm gonna take one last walk through the house and then head to the ferry.
Drive safe.
Pretty sure that's the only way possible in the old Allison mobile.
Love you, Tyler.
Love you.
Yeah, more junk food. Okay, that's adorable, but I can't interact with it. Can I... It's got an interacty button here, but I can't seem to interact with it. Yes? Send picture. Hey Allison, check out this big empty room.
For posterity.
Sure. Interact with the ghost, yeah. There's nothing else up here, I think. Ooh. Sure, I'll lean.
Certainly hope the new owners are Mr. or Mrs. Fix-It.
Oh, look at that, there's a paper airplane up there. Aww, she's got little goblin emojis. What are these here? Ava Goblin. Nope, afraid I don't have one of those. This is a note from Sam. Hey Goblins, word in the town as you guys finally sold the house. I came by tonight to help you fix things, but nobody was home. Are you gone already? Things change so fast these days. Anyway, you know where to find me if you want me to fix things, if you're still in town, I mean. It's getting late and I'm pretty tired. And I'm sorry for acting like the stupid ass I am. Everywhere I look, I think about what used to be. I've been trying to do better, but it might be too late for an old bear like me. Not sure if this will reach you. Be safe. Wish everything was easy to fix as an old boat. Aw. Yeah, I'll take these, of course. Now I have some photos in my inventory.
Seeing it empty is so weird, but at least it's the last time we'll ever have to.
Why have I just been leaving these photos all over the place? Okay. Am I just gonna leave this on the floor for the new owners to find? Sure, I guess. And my laptop. I would like to take my laptop, please. Chat with Michael. Wait, chat with Michael? Must be a relief to finally be done with that place, no doubt. If traffic's not too bad, I'll be at our place at 4 PM. Traffic and dust, only if the mailbox bandit escapes. I'm making that biscuit thing you like. Damn, on my way. Don't die, keep you warm, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't think I can do anything else with this computer. Wait, was there something else for me to interact with there, or...? Oh yeah, take. Thank you. I'll need that. And my, bedroll, I suppose. Not yet. Oh yeah, there he is, the mailbox bandit. Very adorable. Best character in the game. Well, there are a few things that I passed which I couldn't interact with because I was on the phone to Allison, but... Da-da-da. It's just a bathroom. Some trash. Or not.
I should pick up Allison's stuff on my way out.
From Tessa, you're finding clothes in this letter. Your severance check in your personal items. Please coordinate with Michael. Best time to see you. Wish you best of luck.
Turns out you didn't need our help losing the election, Tom.
So we didn't expose him then. Well, Okay, we can go outside now, I guess. Not out that way. So pretty. Imagine having a house where this was your backyard.
One more jog down memory lane, Mr. Ronan?
Hey, I'm having a private moment with me, myself, and I here.
That's just
Okay, carry on.
gorgeous. Alright, and anything else? Everything just suddenly went dark there. I don't know if it was supposed to. Anything for me to inspect over here now that I'm not shying away from being down here?
Yeah, time to move on.
Yep. Oh, we never actually went in here. I guess we didn't need to. Is there anything in the barn? Is there anything else I needed to pick up? I've got my laptop, I've got some photos. Oh, we fixed the door handle, that's good. Okay, I think it's maybe just time to go now. Oh yeah, we left out a little bucket for Sam. Oh, and there's some stuff here.
Last night's dinner wasn't that good.
Oh, it's just trash.
Better than going back to the Vecchies.
Yes, let's never go back to the
I
Vecchies.
should have probably run these by his place. Or just drop them off at Bernie's.
Okay, we're ready to go? I hope so.
Aww.
Aww. This is that thing I was telling you about. See you there. Cute. Can we go? Are we ready to go? What else am I supposed to be doing here? Okay. I don't actually know what else I'm supposed to be doing here. I thought I'd done everything. Da 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 da. No, okay, I'm clearly missing something from inside the house. Or do I just... Oh, leave the house for good. There we go. Bye, house.
Well, this is goodbye for real, I guess. Hey, Aaron. It's Ty. Tyler Ronan. I thought I'd catch you on your break between sessions, but I guess you're going long with another rebel with too many causes. I know I haven't reached out since I left Fireweed, but I just wanted to say, well, you were right about grief. About it going in circles. This morning, I was out on the porch staring at the fog, and my mother, she just tumbled right out of me. But it was okay. It actually felt good to remember. Anyway, give me a call back if you get a chance. I'll see you around. And thank you.
Yeah, looks like that was the end of the game. Well, that was just beautiful. I very much enjoyed that. As I have finished a little bit earlier than I expected, what I might do... I'm going to take a break now because it's been a couple of hours since my last break. But I might just go back and read the stories that I didn't read or have a reason to read before. Just because I think it'll give us a little bit more insight into Marianne's story. Yeah, it made sense what Alison said, because I was wondering, that whole attic, like she said, it was set up because she knew that she was gonna die. I hadn't really realised that that's what she was doing, that she was gonna try and commit suicide until Alison said it, but yeah, once she said it, it made sense. Yeah, let me... Oops. Yes. Resume. There we go. Okay. Let's see what our choices look like. Ooh. We're just on there. Sorry. Okay. Alison was grateful they completed Marianne's puzzle. Yep, most people completed the puzzle. That was the box in the barn. Alison was influenced by Tom's testimony. About 2/3 of people believed Tom, and a third went with the original memory. The twins trusted their bond and kept their voice. Okay, so I had wondered, because I figured that there was something, that the whole thing where the choices that I was making was either strengthening or weakening our bonds. And I figured it was going to affect something at the end, and it looks... I never got a chance to choose, oh okay, let's not use the voice anymore, or use it, but so I'm assuming that it's whether or not our bond was strong enough by the end of the game, which made us decide whether or not we were going to keep our voice, and it looks like most people did keep it. Eddie was relieved that Alison accepted responsibility in the murder. About 2/3 of people did confess the truth. Sam felt understood by Alison. 30% confronted Sam with his addiction. You know, I don't even remember there being a point... I mean, I guess when we were having conversations, I could have been a bit meaner to him, and... Yeah, but... I guess I just chose the nicer conversation options. Michael felt closer to Tyler. 71% kissed Michael. Hell yeah. Okay. If you are, well, it's important. If you are know anyone who struggle with suicidal thoughts, here's some things for US and international. That's very kind of them to add. Okay, so yeah, I'll just take a quick break then, and I'm just gonna come back and just read the stories, because I've still had 2 hours of stream left, and now I have no more game to play. So so I'll just kill a bit more time, and I'm still not gonna get up to 6 hours doing that, I guess, but I'll just end a bit early after I've read a few stories. But yeah, let me just stretch my legs and have a drink of water before I go do that. See you in a bit. Hello there. Leon has reminded me that I didn't show off my emotes today, and these weekend streams were supposed to be all about my emotes, so let me just go ahead and show them off again today. So I made 15 custom emotes, which are all available on Better TTV. Let me just add them to the chat now. If you have the Better TTV extension, you'll see them in the chat. If you don't, then you'll just see the code and you'll see it come up on the screen. Just adding the rest. I think that's all of them. So, yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so all of those are now available with the Better TTV extension. Yeah, so that's something that you've got to add to your browser if you want it. Unfortunately, you don't have the option on if you're watching Twitch on an app. So if you got it on mobile or otherwise have an app that you watch that you use to watch Twitch TV. But yeah, so ta-da! I also have just added some other global emotes through Better TTV that can be used. Anyway, so we finished the game. But like I said just before my break, I do want to read more of the stories that we had. Well, actually, I want to read all of them, really. So hopefully we can just get back to an earlier chapter. I think we can. Let's just have a look at our collectibles. I think, yeah, I mean, we displayed them all at the end. So we got the crafty goblins, the wise princess. So the crafty goblins is us, the wise princess, that's our mum. The pious pelican, that's Tessa. The ice king, we didn't figure out who that is. I didn't figure out who it is. The big frog also. The stalwart moose, that's Eddie. The mangy muskrat, again, I don't know who that is. The moon hag, don't know who that is. And the gold lady is our mum's mum, our grandmother. So there were 4 that we didn't find. One of them was the Mad Hunter, who we now know is Tom, who is our dad. One of them was the Old Beaver, who was Carol, who I think was Eddie's mum. And there were 2 more. I think the Secret Keeper. Again, I don't know who the Secret Keeper was supposed to be. And another one. I'm not quite sure. I don't remember what the other one was. Oh, no, I don't. I don't remember. Right, let's replay the. Not chapter 2, chapter 3. Let's replay. Oh no, wait. Sorry, that was chapter 3. Is it? No, this is chapter 1. This is chapter 3. Here we go. Let's replay this because we could access our playing isolation mode. Will not be saved. Won't override your saved game. Yeah, okay. I just want to replay a scene without altering our search or search for missing collectibles. Well, not that I think that makes any difference to the collectibles anyway. I just want to be able to read the okay, we're starting all the way back from here. Can I skip this a little bit? Yes.
Sorry for interrupting.
Skip this as well. Yep.
So, what is it?
I was just at Sam's.
Okay, I can't skip this bit.
He's not our father.
How do you know?
I asked him, point blank.
And you believe him? I'll just say the same things that I did last time.
And you took his word for it?
Doesn't really matter anyway. I just need to get back up to that.
Whoever set that fire was doing damage control. And Sam's nothing but damage.
I guess he really doesn't have anything left to lose, does he?
There's something else. Look at this. This was taken in 1992 when Marianne first moved to Delos Crossing. See that ladder? Sam told me the barn has a loft.
Okay.
He helped her build it. Apparently she never told anyone about it.
And it's still there?
As far as he knows, yeah. What do you think? Should we give it a shot?
We've come this far. And a hidden loft? That's got secret shit written all over it.
Let's go.
If I just hit tab... Oh, actually, if I just hit tab anywhere, I can just open it. Okay. I guess I just kind of thought that I could only read this in certain places. Alright, well, screw it. Let's just start reading it from here then. We don't need to go into the attic. Okay, so we've done this one, that one, that one, that one. We haven't done this one. Okay, so here we go. Ahem, hem, hem, hem. The goblins in the ice cave. Once upon a time in a deep and ancient forest, the crafty goblins were playing near the glacier when they discovered a hole in the ice. They crept through a gradually widening passage and found themselves inside a spacious ice cave. Light spilled down the undulating blue-white walls in a way that made them look like electric waterfalls, and a column made up of hundreds of icicles stood in the centre. This was a time before the goblins had settled beneath the old wooden house, and they had nowhere to live. Perhaps we could live here, they said excitedly. Moments later, the sound of stomping feet interrupted their play, and they realised that perhaps someone already lived there. They hid behind a boulder to wait and see who was coming. The old bear sauntered into the cave, shaking powdery snow from his coat. He let out a giant yawn and lay down in the corner on a pile of tree boughs. Boughs? Is that how you pronounce that? Snoring within seconds. When they were sure he was deep asleep, the goblins conspired to claim the cave for themselves. They chipped away at the glacier until they had filled a basket full of ice, then hid once more behind their boulder and started tossing chunks of it on the sleeping bear. Now, Old Bear was not the smartest creature in the forest. Poor Sam. So when he woke up covered in ice, he roared, "My cave is collapsing!" Then he lumbered to his feet and ran outside before the whole thing could come down on top of him. The goblins crept out after him and did a loop before coming back to find him sitting outside. "What happened?" they asked. "My cave, it's collapsing," bemoaned the old bear, "and it's time for me to hibernate. Where will I stay for the winter?" It had not occurred to the goblins that the old bear had settled in for the winter, and they felt a little bad. But they did not want the old bear to know what they had done, so instead they offered to find him a new den. Together they searched. They inspected cavernous stone and hollowed trees and deeply pocketed knolls. Nothing they found was as beautiful as the ice cave, but the old bear settled on a packed earthen hollow that would keep him warm and dry for his long sleep. "Good night," he yawned, and the goblins gleefully returned to their new home. In the spring, the old bear woke and went for a nice long walk to stretch his legs. His path took him right up to his old cave, where he heard the curious sound of laughter. Making his way inside, he was surprised to find his cave was intact, and the goblins were inside playing a game. "What is this?" growled the old bear. The goblins stopped playing and looked ashamed. "We're sorry, old bear," said the goblins, "but we had nowhere to live, and it's just so beautiful. We didn't even realise you were about to hibernate, and then we couldn't bear to tell you what we'd done." The old bear was angry at the trick, but the young goblins looked appropriately ashamed, so he said, "Come with me." He left the crafty goblins to the hollow in which they had hibernated for the winter. "You two can have this spot," he said, "and look, someone had built a big wooden house right over top of it. No one lives there now," said Old Bear, "but one day maybe someone will." The earthen hollow was not as beautiful as the ice cave, but it kept the goblins warm and dry, and they were excited that someday they might have someone living overhead. Someone who baked cakes and tolerated their mischief. And that is the story of how the crafty goblins tried to steal the cave of the Old Bear and how they got their own instead. Okay, I don't know how analogous that would be to real life, considering that wouldn't have actually happened before our mum moved into the house. Princess and Two Thieves, we've read that one, and that's how she knew that we were living under her house. The princess makes new friends. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a wise princess in a big wooden house. She had been living alone for a very long time, until the day she noticed food and small items were disappearing from her house. The thefts went on and on until the day her last cake, which had been made with the last of her eggs, the last of her fruit, the last of her nuts, and the last of her flour, well, that last cake was stolen too. And all she found at the scene of the crime were 2 trails of tiny feet in the spilled flour, leading to the hidden hatch in the floorboards. This was all in the last story. The princess did not try to open the hatch, nor did she try to break it. She was too tired and too hungry. All she could do was cry in silence, alone in the big wooden house hidden in the ancient and deep forest. She cried for a long time until evening arrived, and then she cried some more. Suddenly a tiny voice came from under the house. "What is that noise you make?" it asked. "We do not like it, not one bit. I'm crying because you two are mean to me, whoever you are. You stole all the food I had, and I will starve before the end of this long and cold winter." The hatch opened just a peep, revealing 2 frowning faces peering out from the darkness of their hideout. "But we are hungry too," said the second creature. "We have been hiding in this cave for a long time, and now the winter is upon us and we need food." The princess dried her eyes and smiled at the 2 goblins. "If we were friends, we could share the cake you stole from me." The 2 thieves spat and smirked. "A friend? What is that?" The princess frowned, for she realized that the two tiny thieves were as lonely as she was. A friend is someone you love and care for, someone you would never hurt. We never hurt each other, and we care for each other, said the goblins at the same time. Does that mean we are friends? Yes, that's exactly it. And if we were friends, would you not hurt us? Of course not. Friends trust each other. The goblins shook their little heads. We trust no one, for no one trusts us. Their words made the princess cry again, for now she understood that these two creatures were not only as lonely as she was here in the big wooden house, but they had been lonely since they were born. You are making that noise again, frowned the goblins. Please stop that, for it makes us feel unhappy. Are you a witch? Is this some sort of magic? If it makes you unhappy because we are friends, said the princess, but we don't know you and you're not like us. Sometimes friendship becomes right away, even between people who are very different. Does it mean we can't steal from you anymore? Yes, but that's what we do. We are the crafty goblins who live under your house. Well then, maybe we could arrange something. Is that what friends do? Yes, I believe they do. And this is how the princess met the crafty goblins and how they became friends. Also, I want to look at the illustrations. I guess it's just the first page that has the illustrations. Ice Cave, Princess and Two Thieves, and then Princess makes new friends. Okay, the bear's big paws, that's the next one we haven't seen. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, the old bear was out looking for a snack when he spied a bee's nest in a hole high up a tree. The tree was dry and brittle, but the old bear was hungry, so he made his way up to the nest. But when he got there, he found his giant paw couldn't fit into the hole. Determined, he tried to force it inside, but the effort caused the branch below him to snap. The old bear tumbled to the ground and landed with a painful oomph. He lay there, stunned from the fall, when all of a sudden something bit him. The bite was followed by another, and another, and another. Carpenter ants were swarming up his legs. You see, they had been nesting in the branch, and they did not appreciate being forced from their home. The old bear howled and jumped to his feet to dance around as he swatted and snapped, but his big paws couldn't do much about the tiny ants. When he had finally managed to squish or scare them all off, the old bear heard someone laughing. The crafty goblins had seen the whole thing. Clumsy old bear, they teased. Those big old paws aren't good at anything, are they? Then they sped off, leaving the old bear's pride hurting just as bad as his body. He lumbered through the forest, hungry and sad. Maybe I am a clumsy old bear, he moaned, and my big old paws aren't good at anything. At that moment, the old bear heard a sad, sad noise. What's that? He wondered, and he followed the sound to where a mountain goat stood atop a boulder high up a hillside. Old bear! She cried. Old bear! Please help, my kid is stuck. Sure enough, a tiny mountain goat was trapped inside the stones, bleating sadly. The old bear began to walk toward them, and then stopped. I'm probably just going to make it worse, he thought. But then the goat kid started to bleat even louder, and the old bear put away his fear. He climbed up to where the goat was trapped, careful of where he stepped, and trying not to think about how he had only just fallen out of a tree. Every now and then the ground would slide away from under his feet, but he kept going. When he reached the goat kid, he put his mighty paws against one of the boulders and began to push. At first it didn't budge, but he dug in and pushed even harder. Finally, the boulders parted just wide enough to let the kid scramble to safety. The old bear released the boulder and let out a roar of triumph. Roar! Thank you, gushed the mama goat, and she and her kid bounded off up the mountain. The old bear watched them go with a smile, and then made his way back down the hillside, wiggling his rump in triumph as he went. To his surprise, the crafty goblins waited at the bottom of the hill. We saw the whole thing, they said. We were wrong. You aren't just a clumsy old bear, and your paws are good for helping others. The old bear forgave the goblins for doubting him, because he had never doubted himself just as much. He had doubted himself just as much. He never again thought his paws weren't good at anything, even though sometimes they weren't always great at everything. And that is how the old bear proved that his heart was bigger than his paws. Yay. Okay. The next bit is about the moon hag, and I'm really interested in the moon hag because I didn't figure out who she is. There aren't really a lot of women in this story, I think. There's our mum, there's Tessa. There's Denise, the police, at the police station, but I don't think she knew our mum. Yeah, okay, well, let's read this anyway. I mean, it might just be representative of something. I don't know if it necessarily has to be a person. Once upon a time, in a deep and cold lake in an ancient forest, there lived an old seal who was a powerful witch in disguise. She was mean and cruel. She liked nothing more than to swim in the deepest part of the lake, where the light was dim under the ice, admiring the corpses of the many victims she tricked into the water over the years. Like, I can see the moon hag being like depression. If she tricked corpses into the water, maybe that's representative of suicide. I don't know. She was so hateful that only the cold water of the lake could keep her cool. Her most prized possession was a tin mirror sold to her by the secret keeper. Again, secret keeper, I don't know who that is. And she kept it in a chest at the bottom of the lake. It was no ordinary mirror. If you looked in it, you would see a reflection of who you truly desired to be, and for 1 hour the mirror granted you the power to appear as that person. Whenever a book or an unwise traveller approached the edge of the lake, the old witch used the mirror to appear as the beautiful woman she always wished to be, and with this disguise, she lured the unfortunate sailor or wanderer into the deep and cold water. There the old seal forced the victim to become her servant, and when she was done with them, they joined her collection of corpses in the deepest part of the lake. One day, when the old seal swam down to her den under the lake, she discovered that someone had stolen her mirror. The chest where she kept her most prized possession had been forced open, and now it was empty. Who would have committed such a crime? Who had dared to deprive her of her only treasure? The old seal went mad, and her anger heated the water of the lake around her. For a time, everyone was happy with the temperature change. Does she represent climate change? For the weather suddenly became sweeter and the air warmer. But after a few weeks, things started to get ugly. First, the fish began to die off, for they could not live in the hot water. Then the glaciers decided to melt, and the water of the lake rose and spilled out, flooding the forest and the meadows. And finally, the weather grew so hot that even the Ice King himself was awakened from his long sleep and decided to see what was going on. In the deepest part of the lake, he found the mad witch steaming among the corpses, her victims. So angry that the lake was about to boil. It only took a few minutes for the Ice King to understand what had happened and demand that the thieves present themselves before him. The thieves had no chance but to appear, because no one dared to disobey the Ice King. The crafty goblins presented themselves, mirror in hand. "Why did you steal the mirror?" asked the king. "We were just curious. We just wanted to see what we really wanted to be," apologized the goblins. "But the stupid thing is broken. We looked the same." "That does not mean it did not work," smiled the Ice King. "Now apologize and give the mirror to me, for it is too powerful to be used by thieves or a mean old hag." The goblins apologized and gave the mirror to the Ice King, but the old still was still angry. "And what about me?" she asked. "I have been deprived of my treasure, and I demand compensation." The Ice King frowned as he spoke again. "Old hag, you are mean and cruel, but I can see that you have been wronged. For now you will be allowed to leave the lake and walk the earth as the hag you really are, but only when the moon is full, and you, goblins, had better stay away from the lake, for I won't protect you from the moon hag's wrath." And this is how the two goblins forced the moon hag to change her name. Okay. Right. Whoops, sorry. The goblins tricked the mad thieves. We were the mad hunter. All right. The pelican helps her friends. So this is about Tessa, basically giving them handouts. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, an early winter storm blanketed everything in snow. It was so early in the year that the creatures of the forest were not ready for an ordinary winter, much less a bad one, and everyone agreed that the storm was a sign that the Ice King had plans for a long, cold winter. The princess had grown up in a kingdom where it was sunny all year long, and the goblins were very young, and so no one in the big wooden house knew how to prepare for such a winter. The house was not well insulated, and they did not have enough fuel or food. Only the pious pelican noticed their plight, and when it came to fly south with the other birds, her heart was heavy with sadness. "What can I do?" she thought. "I am a migratory bird, and if I were to stay, who would look after my flock?" The time came to go, and the pelican struggled to take flight. It felt as though a leaden weight was stuck right in the centre of her chest. "What can I do?" she thought. "Oh no, wait. I think think it just repeated that. She managed to take off, but only just barely, flapping fiercely to catch up with the other birds. As the pious pelican began her journey, the storm picked up, battering her to and fro. She had fallen well behind her flock, and she was already growing tired, but for all of her challenges in the air, she could tell things were much worse on the ground. A deep freeze had settled over the forest. The leaden weight in her chest grew heavier as she thought of the princess and the goblins. What can I do? Again... Okay, no, it hadn't repeated, it's just she's repeating it to herself because that's the pattern of the story. Okay, yes. We get it. The storm intensified and the pelican was in a total whiteout. She knew she should have despaired, but all she could feel was the weight, which had grown and grown until she thought she might drop out of the sky. She had felt called to help the princess and the goblins, but she had ignored it. I should have stayed, she thought. It was the right thing to do, and now I'm lost with no way to make it right. Suddenly she was plucked from the sky and deposited in the hall of the Ice King. Pelican, he said, you are flying in circles around my mountain. I was lost, she said, weighted down by the weight of guilt in my heart. The Ice King stared at her sagely. Is it guilt or is it something else? Open your beak. He reached down inside of her, pulling out a glowing stone. The pious pelican was surprised how it filled her with warmth, chasing away cold in her doubt. You know what you must do, said the Ice King. The pious pelican flew straight to the big wooden house. Snow had already blown in through its many cracks, and ice crept across the floorboards. She found the princess and the goblins huddled in front of the quiet hearth, nearly frozen solid. No, she cried, and then she placed the stone in the princess's lap. The warmth of it spread through the whole house, melting all that had frozen. The princess threw her arms around the pelican's chest, and the goblins clung to her lips. Her legs. Thank you, they cried. You're welcome, said the pelican, smiling in deep satisfaction. What is that? Asked the princess, staring at the wonderful stone. At first, said the pelican, I thought it was my guilt, but when the Ice King pulled it out of me, I realized it was something much more powerful. Generosity, I guess? Then the storm broke and the skies cleared. The pelican filled the big wooden house's larder with food from her beak, and then she took to the skies, lightened by the knowledge that through her charity, or maybe the stone was her charity, everyone in the big wooden house would be warm and fed until spring. And that is the story of how the pious pelican saved the wise princess and the crafty goblins from the long winter. Lovely. The goblins and their voice. This was the story of how they got, they learnt how to use the voice, which I'm guessing their mum must have known about, considering I think she's the one who wrote these stories. Yeah, here is where they talk about the stalwart moose's his secret. Where is it? Moose's mate had tumbled down a cliffside to her death. There it is. I'm thinking that was what happened to Eddie's wife. I don't remember them talking about Eddie's wife. I thought maybe Carol was his wife, but Carol, I think, might have been his mum, and she died of cancer, it seems, or some kind of disease. And from the story about the old beaver, and it suggested that she was a very old woman. So I think she was Eddie's mum. Anyway, the next one we haven't read is The Big Frog is Punished. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, there lived a big frog. Again, I don't know who the big frog is. In a small pond. She was no ordinary frog, for she had been given the gift of speech when she saved the princess from the mad hunter. From the morning to the evening, she did everything the other frogs did, except she knew how to speak. Everybody in the forest could hear her loud voice, and everybody was unhappy with that because she never stopped babbling. She babbled about the too hot sun and the too deep pond, about the rain to come, and all the delicious flies she'd eaten. Across the forest, all the creatures tolerated the endless noise until one day they could not deal with it anymore. They asked the big frog to quiet down. I can't, said the big frog. This is what I do. Before the princess kissed me, I croaked all day long, and you all liked that I did. This is the same, except you can understand what I say, and now you find it irritating. But I can't change what I am, can I? Could you? All the creatures agreed that she was right, and that it was rude of them to ask the big frog to stop doing what she had always done. So they returned to their own parts of the forest and let the big frog do what frogs have always done, jumping and talking some more. About the too hot sun and the too deep pond, about the rain to come and the delicious flies they have eaten, and for a time it was all right, but in the forest word travels fast and everyone has a story to tell. The big frog, being who she was, gossiped and gossiped about everything she overheard. She told the bees that the old bear had stolen their precious honey 2 years ago, and she told the beavers that the eagles had stolen their precious wood. She told the deer who had killed her fawn. Oh. And she told the tall spruce who had carved a cuss word into its bark. Once again, everyone in the forest asked the big frog to keep quiet, for now everyone had a grudge against everyone else. But once again, the big frog would not listen. When I was just a frog, you never paid attention to me, and nobody helped me when the mad hunter hunted me for sport. This is only a right for a wrong, and I won't stop talking. The fuss went on, and the noise was so loud that the Ice King himself awoke and decided to see what was going on. Silence! Bellowed the Ice King, and even the big frog stopped babbling. Once the forest was quiet again, the Ice King patiently listened to what each and every animal of the forest had to say, until finally he made his mind up, I guess. Made up his mind. Big Frog, you have abused the gift of speech, for you've only used it to get revenge. Despite knowing that words can be hurtful, you threw them around without caution, and you caused too much trouble. The Big Frog opened her mouth to protest, but the Ice King raised his finger before she could say another word. Since you received the gift of speech for a good deed, I would not dare take it away from you. So here is your punishment. I will tell you the biggest of my secrets. It is a secret so powerful and so dangerous that it will frighten you. But if you ever reveal it to anyone... the Ice King bent down and whispered such potent words in the big frog's ear that the poor creature began to tremble. Now go on about your business, all of you, and try to forget about what Big Frog told you, for you are all living in the forest and you have nowhere else to go. And this is how the big frog irritated the Ice King and how she was punished. Okay, let me have a quick look at how many more we have. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. Okay, let me take a swig of water to lubricate myself. Okay, next story. Where are we? The goblins save the old beaver, and that's I think Carol, and I think that's Eddie's mum. Let's see. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, winter gave way to spring in a sudden burst of warm air that melted all the snow and all the ice at once. The river swelled until it could no longer... I haven't read this one already, have I? No, okay. Swelled until it could no longer hold all the water in, and then it spilled out to create new rivers in places where no one was expecting them. The whole of the forest went into panic, looking for shelter from the rising waters. The very old beaver had been working on her dam when one of these new rivers came rushing right at her. She screeched and squealed, but whatever direction she ran, more water appeared. She was caught in all the flooding, and although she had once been an excellent swimmer, age had taken its toll, and the raging water carried her off at a speed she couldn't control. "Help!" she called. The crafty goblins had been running back to their cave under the big wooden house when they heard the beaver's cries. "We have to help the beaver," one goblin said. "You go one way, I'll go the other." They ran, keeping in touch with the gift of the voice. Finally, one of them spotted her, twisting and tumbling in the river, but she was on the opposite side of the water, and one goblin could not reach her. "Brother," the sister goblin called out through the gift of the voice, "I can see her, but I can't get to her. Maybe you can. Maybe you can." "I'll try." The goblin guided her brother so that he would hit the river in the right spot to reach the beaver. The plan worked, and soon the second goblin appeared in just the right spot. "Beaver," he shouted, holding out a branch, "grab a hold of this." The beaver grabbed it, but in her panic she pulled the goblin in two. "No!" cried his sister. She ran as hard as her legs could go, managing to outpace the river and get ahead of the beaver and her brother. Searching for some means of getting them out, she spied a low-hanging branch. They'd zip by it quickly, but if they were fast enough... "Brother," she cried out through the gift, you're coming up on a low-hanging branch. You'll zip by it quickly, but if you're fast enough..." "Got it," said her brother, and then he said to the beaver, Get ready to grab a hold of the low-hanging branch. We're going to zip by it quickly, but if we're fast enough..." Suddenly they were right in front of it and reached out, snagging hold. Though the water beat against them, trying to shake them loose, they pulled themselves along the branch back to dry land. When they were all safe, the very old beaver thanked the goblins. "But how?" she asked. did you know just where to find me? And how did you know that Branch was coming? The goblins shared a secret smile. Just lucky, I guess, they said. And that is how the goblins saved the very old beaver from the flooding river, and how she never knew how they did it. I think that's the first story that specifically defines the goblins as a brother and sister. The goblins irritate the Ice King. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient wood, the crafty goblins were getting into all kinds of trouble. They had woken up in a particularly mischievous mood that day, and there was not a single denizen of the ancient forest that they did not manage to pull a prank on. They left a mud pile in the princess's kitchen so that when she dug in, she got a big mouthful of dirt. They used paint to draw silly pictures all over Moose's antlers while he slept. They told the mangy muskrat that his coat had been returned to its former glory, which made him very sad when he rushed to the water's edge and found he was, in fact, still mangy. They stole branches from the very old beaver's dam in order to have a sword fight, and they filled the old bear's den with burrs. Every time they ran away in a fit of giggles, never stopping to consider whether their jokes had done any harm. They were on their way to fill the pious pelican's beak full of bubbles when they were hoisted into the air by their legs. Although they thrashed and shouted, they found themselves staring into the face of the Ice King. All morning, he said, I've been hearing complaints about you two. They're just pranks, said the goblins. No one has really been hurt. Oh no, asked the Ice King. He forced them to see how each of the victims of the pranks were doing. The princess had a stomachache from swallowing the mud. The moose's antlers itched terribly where the paint had touched them. The muskrat was crying, sad at being reminded what his vanity had cost him. The very old beaver's den was flooded, and the old bear was trying to get the burrs out of his fur, but finding most of them hopelessly tangled. For your punishment, said the Ice King, you must help each of them undo the harm you caused. If you do a good enough job of this, there will be no further punishment. If you do not, you will have to give me your noses so that you can no longer stick them into other people's business. Now the goblins liked their noses right where they were, in the middle of their faces, so they set about making things right. They baked a real pie for the princess and brewed her a tea that would settle her stomach. They scrubbed the moose's antlers clean and then covered them in soothing mud. They sat by the river with the muskrat, listening as he talked in great detail about his old coat, and then they did their best to point out all the things that were still handsome about him, like his proud whiskers and sparkling eyes. They let the very old beaver rest while they repaired all the damage done to her den, and then finally they removed every burr from the old bear's fur, even the ones that were hopelessly tangled. In the end, they came before the Ice King to see if they'd done enough. The Ice King surveyed the forest and found that everyone had seemed to be back to normal. What did you learn? Asked the Ice King. That our pranks can make people feel bad, said the goblins, and the Ice King smiled and nodded. Yes, actions have consequences. In case you forget, I'm going to leave you with a reminder. Whenever one of your pranks is going to hurt someone, you are going to feel a little pit in your stomach. That will be your punishment and your warning. So every time after that the goblins set out to do a prank that went a little too far, they felt a little pit in their stomachs, and they were forced to consider whether it was the right thing to do. And that is how the goblin irritated the Ice King and how they were punished. I guess, like, the different characters don't have to be exactly a person. The Ice King seems to be an overall sort of all-powerful entity, basically a god, and I don't know how religious Marianne was. She certainly wasn't as religious as Tessa, but if that's just sort of like a representation of some kind of, you know, higher being, divine entity. And like I said earlier, I said it kind of tongue-in-cheek, but as the story went on, I actually think it probably is. The moon hag kind of seemed to be representing, you know, global warming, climate change. Right, we've read this one. I think this was the last one of the book we read. The Ice Troll. That one's new. I don't remember us talking about an ice troll before. Let's read this one then. Once upon a time, in an ancient and deep forest, the crafty goblins were awake long after they should have been asleep. One goblin said to the other, let's go explore the forest. Now the goblins were not in the habit of exploring the forest late at night, and they did not know what they would find, but this did not scare them off. They crept out of their beds, bundled up, and went exploring. It was dark, the light of the moon was just enough to keep them from walking into trees, but they could not see more than about 15 feet in front of them. Every time a twig snapped or branches rattled, they considered turning back, but they didn't. And so they had ventured far beyond the house into a part of the forest they were not familiar with. When they realized the snapping of twigs and the rattling of branches had become steady, something was following them. They turned to run, but a hulking figure emerged from the darkness, sweeping them up with a giant hand and stuffing them into a burlap sack. The goblins wiggled and cried out, but the sack remained shut as their captor stomped through the forest, singing, "Whittle diddle dum, whittle diddle dee, in this bag's a meal for me." After a lot of thumping and thudding, the bag opened and the goblins were dumped into a giant iron pot full of warming water. A huge troll stood overhead, grinning down at them through long bushy white eyebrows. "I am the ice troll, and you are my dinner." He readied to cook the goblins, singing, "Whittle diddle dum, dum dee dee, there's soon to be a soup for me." Finishing his ditty, I think that might mean ditty, but okay. He bent over to stoke the fire beneath the pot and let out a loud noise of pain, rubbing a spot on his back that's always ached. The troll stood painfully and walked over to a stone shelf where he began to chop potatoes. One of the goblins had an idea. She whispered to her brother, "Follow my lead." The goblins stretched out in the water, floating and letting out sighs of contentment. "Ah," said one of the goblins, "this is the most relaxed I've ever been. My body feels so good, I think I could run 100 miles without stopping," said the second. The troll peered at them. They weren't supposed to be happy about being in a cookpot, but they certainly looked like they were. "Troll," said the goblins, "if your back is hurting, you should try sitting in the water just for a little bit, before it gets too hot." The troll stomped over. "Well, if I take you out, then you will escape, and there will be no soup for me." "Put us in the sack," suggested the goblins, "then we couldn't run away." This made sense to the troll. The spot on his back that always ached was still bothering him, and the goblins couldn't go anywhere if they were trapped, so he stuffed the goblins back in the sack and climbed into the soup pot. He stretched out and let out a sigh of contentment. Meanwhile, the goblins threw themselves around in the sack until it began to swing. The troll was so relaxed he didn't even notice. The bag dropped into the shelf where the troll had been chopping potatoes, and the goblins pushed it against the edge of the troll's knife, sawing a hole. When they made a break for it, the troll finally noticed what they were doing and roared out in anger, but he was so relaxed that when he tried to chase them, he tumbled out of the cookpot and into the flames, catching his bushy eyebrows on fire. The goblins ran and ran and ran as fast as they could through the ancient and deep forest until they were back in their cave and safe in their beds. They vowed never to venture out into the ancient deep forest late at night ever again, for they did not think they'd get so lucky as to trick the ice troll twice. And that is the story of how the crafty goblins met the ice troll and why they never did again. I mean, yeah, some of these stories are obviously just stories that Marianne wrote to them to tell them to behave themselves and not run off and play pranks and things. The goblins trick the muskrat. I haven't figured out who the muskrat is. Some old person. I don't know. Okay, let's read it. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient wood, there lived a muskrat. The muskrat was a lazy, cowardly creature who did little but lay around in the sun, cleaning his beautiful coat until it shone. One day, the muskrat found the crafty goblins playing King of the Mountain on his favourite rock. He was too cowardly to confront them directly, and so he retreated to a safe distance, and then pitched a stone right at the hornet's nest hanging overhead. One of the goblins saw him do it, but before she could say anything, the hornets emerged, furious, and chased the goblins away, stinging them. With a rock empty, the muskrat claimed his spot. When the goblins returned, they asked the muskrat, "Why did you do that?" "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, turning away to ignore them. The goblins knew that the muskrat cared for nothing but his coat, so they devised to steal it in order to teach him a lesson. As the muskrat lay out in the sun, he spied the goblins strutting by. Their skin was covered in flecks of gold. "Goblins," called the muskrat, "what happened to make your skin shine that way?" "When we were attacked by the hornets, we ran and ran until we found a pool by the glacier. We dove in and then came out this way." "Would you show me this pool?" asked the muskrat. The crafty goblins led the muskrat to a pool. The muskrat looked at the pool skeptically. "It looks like a pool," he says. The goblins chuckled and shrugged. "You don't have to jump in if you don't want to, but what do you lose if you try? And if it works, why, you'll be the most beautiful creature in the whole of the forest." With visions of his splendid coat in mind, the muskrat jumped in. When he emerged, he was disappointed to find nothing had changed. Said one goblin. "Maybe you have to be stung by the hornets first, just like us." The muskrat hesitated, because getting stung would be painful. Seeing his hesitation, the goblin added, "If it works, you will be the most beautiful creature in the whole of the forest." The muskrat decided it was worth it, so he returned to the hornet's nest and pitched a stone right at it. The hornets emerged even more furious this time. They chased the muskrat, stinging him repeatedly until he jumped into the magic pool. The muskrat was disappointed to find that once again nothing had changed. "I wonder if the magic only works for us," said one of the goblins. "Would you like me to jump in with your coat?" The muskrat hesitated. If it works, you'll be the most beautiful creature in the whole of the forest." With visions of his splendid coat in mind, the muskrat agreed. He slipped it off and handed it to the goblins. Without his coat, the muskrat was pale and covered in scabbing welts. Instead of jumping in the pool, one of the goblins ran away with the coat, laughing. The other pushed the muskrat into the frigid pool, and as water splashed on the goblins, the gold flecks ran, revealing that they had only ever been painted on. The muskrat cried so pitifully and made such a clamour that he awoke the Ice King, who came down to the forest to see what had happened. When the Ice King saw the muskrat, he laughed, only further infuriating the creature. "Tell me what happened," said the Ice King. Both the muskrat and the goblins told their sides of the story, and the Ice King considered the case before him. "It is true that the muskrat is vain, and he thinks of nothing but himself," concluded the Ice King. "But he needs something to keep him warm in the water and in the water and the snow." So the Ice King was decided. That muskrat would get his coat back, but it would be patchy and unkempt. And after that day, he became known as the mangy muskrat. And that is how the goblins tricked the muskrat into giving up his coat, and how he got his name. Okay, how many more of these do we have? I think we've got 2 more. The moose teaches the goblins, and this one, which I'm quite interested to read. The Mad Hunter gets his hand back. So Eddie teaches the goblins to fish. That is definitely right, isn't it? Yeah. Once upon a time, in a deep and ancient forest, the crafty goblins were hungry. This wasn't unusual. The goblins were always hungry, but today they were particularly hungry. They opened the wise princess's cupboards to look for a snack, but all she had was a small pile of nuts and berries and just one strip of dried fish. The goblins grabbed it all and gobbled it up, but they were still hungry. They went out into the woods to look for more to eat. First, they dropped by the small pond. The big frog was asleep, and beside the pond was a pile of insects she had caught for eating after she woke up. The goblins crept to the pile, careful not to wake the big frog. As they got close, she ribbited loudly and they froze, but the big frog kept sleeping. So they grabbed up the pile of insects and gobbled it up, but they were still hungry. As they crept back into the woods, they found the stalwart moose watching them. "Did you just steal the big frog's food?" The goblins tried not to look guilty, but failed. "She said we could have them," they cried. "Oh, really?" asked the moose. "Let's ask her." So Moose woke up the big frog and said, "Did you say the goblins could have your food?" The big frog looked at the goblins, who she knew were always hungry, and nodded. "Yes, I did." "Really?" asked the moose, surprised. The frog nodded, and the moose sighed. "All right, then," he said, and he had to let the goblins go. Their next stop was the river. They watched as Old Bear swiped at a leaping salmon, catching it deftly in his large paws. He lay it out upon a rock and left it to dry. Lumbering into the woods to seek out some berries, the crafty goblins crept up to the rock carefully in case the old bear returned. They reached the rocks, grabbed the salmon, and gobbled it all up, but they were still hungry. As they crept back into the woods, the stalwart moose was once again waiting for them. "Are you going to tell me Old Bear said you could have that?" "Yes," replied the goblins. Old Bear ambled up at that moment, and Moose asked him, "Did you leave that fish out for the goblins?" Old Bear looked at the goblins, who he knew were always hungry, and he nodded. "I did," he said. "Really?" asked the moose. "Really," said the old bear. After Moose left, Old Bear said to the goblins, "Be sure to tell the princess I was kind to you, and don't steal my fish again." The goblins, still hungry, went out looking for one more meal. They crept on up to the mangy muskrat's lodge and began to climb inside when they were dragged right back out. The stalwart moose dangled them by the seats of their pants and said, "Now I know mangy muskrat didn't tell you could eat his food, because he blames you for his coat being ruined. Besides, he barely has enough for himself and he doesn't share with anyone." The goblins began to protest, but he shook his head. He set the goblins down and said, "Come with me." The goblins followed the stalwart moose to a part of the river where it ran slow enough for them to walk into it safely. He gave them each a fishing line and said, "I am going to teach you how to fish, so that when you are hungry you do not need to steal from the animals of the forest. It will be hard work, but it will be honest." The crafty goblins were not against working hard, they were just hungry, and so they listened to Moose and soon pulled wriggling fish out of the river. They ate them up, and finally they were no longer hungry, and that is how the stalwart moose came to teach the crafty goblins how to fish. Lovely. Okay. One final story for us to read. Let me just take another swig of my water. I'm just kind of intrigued about this one because it's the last story about the Mad Hunter. The Mad Hunter gets his hand back. Once upon a time, in a deep and cold lake near the ancient forest, There lived an old seal who was a powerful witch. After angering the Ice King, she had been bound to the lake, allowed only to venture out when the moon was full, and only looking like the hag she truly was. For years she dreamed of vengeance, all alone within the deep lake among the corpses of her many previous victims. One night she awoke to see a black and hooded silhouette, clawing to reach a beautiful gown full of stone. This was the story where the goblins tricked him with the princess's gown. The human had delved far deeper into the lake than any land dweller should have been able to go. His tenacity and ferociousness impressed the moon hag, and she decided he would be wasted in her statuary of corpses. She used her magic to enspell him, allowing him to breathe underwater but also binding him to her service. You, she said, will be the instrument of my release and my revenge, for you and I together will kill the Ice King. The moon hag had never heard of the Mad Hunter, and she did not know the power he wielded. She could only tell he was a hunter, and her lust for revenge blinded her to the threat he posed. She gifted him a hand of ice, which was not as nimble as a hand of flesh, but allowed him to serve her better than no hand at all. The moon hag spent years devising a perfect plan to kill the Ice King, and years more moving all the pieces into place to execute it. In the meantime, the Mad Hunter served her, guarding her chest of treasures and plotting his own plots. Finally, everything was prepared. The full moon rose, and the moon hag stepped onto land, giddy at the thought that she would never have to leave again if it did not please her. She brought the Mad Hunter to his post, a jagged peak of ice and stone from which he would loose the arrow that would slay the Ice King. But before she could go, he put forward a proposal. Moon hag, said the Mad Hunter, if you grow back my missing hand, I would be certain to hit the Ice King with my arrow. We will only have one shot, and I will hate to miss. You're a powerful witch, so you'll be able to craft ties to bind me to this place that I cannot break. The moon hag considered it. All right, I will grow back your hand, and then bind you here with ties that will not break. She cast a spell, and the Mad Hunter's hand of ice was replaced with the hand of flesh. As the witch left to complete the next part of her plan, the Mad Hunter grinned wickedly in the moonlight. After a short time, the moon hag returned, luring the Ice King into the Mad Hunter's line of sight. What is this about, moon hag? Asked the Ice King. Many a long year have you bound me to the lake, said the moon hag. Many a long year have I been alone in the dark. That ends tonight. She cast a powerful spell that made the Ice King slow to react, and then gave the signal. Mad Hunter, she cried, let your arrow fly. Nothing happened. She twitched nervously. Mad Hunter, she growled, let your arrow fly. Still nothing happened. The Ice King, meanwhile, was striding towards her, slow but furious. The moon hag fled, running first to the jagged peak of ice and snow where her servant should have waited. But the peak was empty. The ties had been broken, and the Mad Hunter was gone. For in the end, he was the more powerful of the two, especially once he had two hands. When the Ice King finally caught the hag, his furious voice could be heard throughout the forest. For your wickedness, you will be eternally bound to the lake. You will no longer be allowed to leave, not even after a full moon. The moon hag was imprisoned in the lake, and she never again tried to escape. And this is how the Mad Hunter escaped the moon hag, and how he got his left hand back. I mean, I don't really know what the stuff about the hand is about. I don't know what that might represent. But yeah, those are all the stories. I guess I've pretty much done everything now. I mean, I must have missed a few things because I missed a few collectibles, but I did try and interact with everything. I mean, maybe there were a few places where I could have looked around a bit more. To be honest, I think I could have looked around the graveyard a little bit more. I think I remember feeling like I might have been missing some stuff there. And yeah, there must have been some other spots too. But I thought I was decently thorough, you know. But there's not really anything more that I can do, and this does mean that I'm ending things about an hour earlier than I intended to. Let me just get back to the main menu. Yes. But there's it's not really anything else to do. Let's just do something else for an hour. So I'm just gonna end things a bit early. So I didn't quite make a 6 + 6 = 12 hour stream, but I made a 6 + 5 = 11 hour stream. But anyway, I am very glad that I finally got around to playing this game. It was well, I was going to say a lovely experience, which it kind of was, but it was an emotional experience. Especially, to be honest, I think even though the ending was sad, and learning about their baby, their baby brother and their older brother who died as a baby, was really sad. I think the bits that I found most difficult were when they started to realize that it seemed that they might have got stuff wrong, when they were starting to realize that maybe their mum wasn't, trying to kill Tyler. Maybe she was actually trying to support Tyler. Maybe they were misremembering what had happened, or had misunderstood what had happened, and that was when it was starting to get tough. But like by the end, we'd kind of mostly figured out what was going on. So but yeah, very, very good story. And yeah, I really did like that theme of the crafty goblins and all their sort of childhood adventures being representing stuff in the real life. Okay, so I'm going to call it there. Thank you everyone who's come and had a look and hung out and lurked or whatever. I'll be back to my usual schedule next week, so I'll be streaming. I'll be back to Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, a very different game to this one. And thank you, Leon. And yeah, and back to normal times. So next stream will be Monday, 8 PM UK time. Back to just 2-hour streams. Yeah. Well, thank you everyone, and see you another time. Bye bye.